One, the simple web app that puts it all together for business.
That one.
The only one.
How do I get one?
Visit sagetoday.com for your 30-day free trial of Sage One.
Nice one.
That's sagetoday.com.
Live from the CBS Hudson Square Broadcast Center in Manhattan, we are News Radio, WCBS HD and WCBS FM HD3, New York.
It's a chilly morning this Wednesday, the 14th of November. We have 37 degrees in lower Manhattan, 45 to 50 with sunshine for the high today. WCBS News Time 6:04.
Buried under a storm of criticism for its response to Hurricane Sandy, LIPA and the head of LIPA has resigned. Let's go live to Seaford and WCBS Long Island Bureau Chief Mike Zirinax.
And Michael, amid an outpouring of anger from electric customers and elected officials in the wake of Hurricane Sandy, LIPA Chief Operating Officer Michael Hervey has resigned, and it seems no one is surprised, including Public Works employee Craig Vickers.
My name is Craig. I've seen a lot of stuff that LIPA should have been taken care of a long time ago. Their systems are outdated, and he deserved to leave.
Hervey's resignation is effective at the end of the year. The executives of both Nassau and Suffolk counties have issued statements saying LIPA's problems go well beyond the chief operating officer. Homeowners, meantime, tell me they just want new, competent leadership.
We need somebody that knows what they're doing.
Reporting live in Seaford, Long Island, Mike Zirinax, WCBS 880 News.
Governor Cuomo has put together a panel to look into how the local utilities responded to the storm and find ways of doing it better next time.
I want to get back with the legislature at the beginning of next year, incorporate them, and come up with a better system. Many of these systems were failing to begin with. I talked about consolidating LIPA and the other energy agencies in my campaign 2 years ago. Hopefully now we're going to have the political will to actually do something about it.
Cuomo says the state's entire power system needs to be examined so we can learn from what went wrong. Coming up an hour from now, we will speak live with Governor Christie about how New Jersey's utilities did in the aftermath of Sandy and the likelihood of higher taxes to pay for the cleanup and reconstruction from the storm.
WCBS News Time 6:06. Commuting options have been slowly returning to service over the past 2 weeks, but getting to and from work has become a frustrating ordeal for many. Let's go live to Penn Station and WCBS reporter Paul Murnane.
And Michael, some Montclair Booten service is returning this morning on NJT, but to take a quick look at the schedule, again, limited service, looking as though 4 of 8 rush hour trains are going to be coming here to Penn Station, the rest to Hoboken. Overall, says NJT's John Durso, 37 of the agency's trains are making the trip all the way here to New York City compared to the usual timetable of 63.
We do note that space is limited still on our trains. Again, we are still at reduced capacity moving into New York, but we would encourage our customers to also consider our emergency bus and ferry information for direct access into New York.
Consider on Monday we had those 2 incidents that tied up the Lincoln Tunnel and really threw a monkey wrench in the works when it comes to the bus. One bright spot is that repairs to an Amtrak substation in Kearney are expected to wrap up on Friday, adding, it's hoped, more NEC service probably next week. Live outside Penn Station, Paul Murnane, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time 6:07.
Ever think about going back to school to get a competitive edge in the job market? Felician College's adult degree completion and graduate programs make it easy to achieve your goals. Programs are offered in nursing, education, healthcare administration, counseling, psychology, and business, including new online degree completion programs in criminal justice and computer information systems. Attend the open house on Saturday, November 17th at 9 a.m. at Felician College's Rutherford campus. Sign up at felician.edu. That's felician.edu.
Ernie, I know you're our worst player, but I want you to win this thing.
How, Coach? I've been riding the bench watching Netflix on my tablet all season.
By running the play that would never work if this were a real game.
Sorry, all I know is that Netflix lets me instantly watch as many TV episodes and movies as I want.
Listen, son, when you get the ball, just chuck it. It'll go in.
Instantly watch thousands of TV episodes and movies on all kinds of devices for only $8 a month with Netflix. Start your free trial today. See terms of use.
WCBS News Time 6:08. Traffic and weather together on the 8, sponsored by Betteridge.
Here's Tom Kaminsky, McDonald's, McCafe, Chopper 880.
All right, inbound Lincoln, Holland, GWB. As of right now, everything in good shape. We're certainly hoping for that to continue as we go through the morning. We go back over to the rails, the LIRR. We have near normal weekday service now. Long Beach branch is going to be running hourly service. Metro North at this point, so far so good. And we still have, as we heard on New Jersey Transit, North Jersey Coastline is still suspended, but the Montclair Boone line resuming that hourly service. Now, alternate side parking rules are back in effect, except in those hardest hit areas in Queens and in Brooklyn. We're talking specifically Brighton Beach, Coney Island, Seagate, Gravesend, Sheepshead Bay, Manhattan Beach, Gerritsen Beach, Broad Channel, Breezy Point, and the Rockaways. Those areas, the alternate side rules will be suspended until further notice. We're getting a look here at the inbound Gowanus and northbound BQE. We have volume building up here from Industry City and then turning northbound on the BQE, but the Battery Tunnel with that one lane open for cars and one lane open for buses, and that will be for the at least from now right through 10 o'clock this morning. I'm Tom Kaminsky, McDonald's, McCafe, Shopper 880. Another update in less than 10 minutes on WCBS.
To Craig Allen in the WCBS Weather Center. We had some nice mild weather, but that's about over now.
It is. We're back to somewhat below normal temperatures, but after yesterday's showers, that's it. It'll be nice and dry for at least the next 4 days. Today's high 45 to 50, low tonight 32 to 38, and tomorrow back to 45 to 50, and Friday near 50 degrees. Normal high should be right around 51, 52, 53 in that vicinity for the next several days. 37 now, humidity 61%, and a north wind gusting to 21. I'm Craig Allen in the WCBS Weather Center.
Coming up, some new incredible numbers about Hurricane Sandy.
WCBS News Time 6:10.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Listen, your 5% cashback program is to die for. What's the new category?
You will love it. Right now, you can get 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December, only from Discover.
Shut the door. 5% cash back? I shop online all the time.
No joke. Everywhere online.
Best category ever.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
As a small business owner, you've probably heard how Constant Contact helps small businesses grow with email marketing. And you may be asking, could it really work for me? Well, consider this. Every $1 small business owners spend on email marketing puts $40 back in their pockets. So it's no surprise that 2 out of 3 of them plan to invest more in email this year. Now you may be asking, how can I get a piece of that action? Simple. Just visit ConstantContact.com to start your free email marketing trial today.
The Recovery, now continuing coverage from WCBS 880.
We're sponsored by iToro, WCBS News Time 6:11.
Hurricane Sandy broke all sorts of records. The National Weather Service says some of the waves that pounded the Jersey Shore reached more than 30 feet in height, making them the largest since records were first kept in 1975. And Sandy was the largest Atlantic hurricane on record, and the second costliest in history, behind Katrina.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. At least not yet. That's sort of the approach Mayor Bloomberg is taking to the current system for buying gas.
Mayor Bloomberg is maintaining the odd-even gas rationing system for another 5 days.
Reports are that lines and wait times for gas have dropped considerably, and we estimate now, based on counting by our police department, so we think our data is pretty accurate, some 60% of gas stations are now open, and some major increase from last week.
About continuing odd-even, the mayor said simply, I don't want to upset the apple cart. Rich Lamb, WCBS 880 News.
The company that currently produces New York's driver's licenses is challenging a decision by the state to award its new contract to a Canadian company that would only provide black and white photos. The $88.5 million contract awarded to CBN Secure Technology of Ottawa is also being reviewed by the state controller.
WCBS News Time 6:13.
15 minutes, 3 locations, $16 every 15 minutes. A Newark Airport Express bus leaves from one of 3 convenient Manhattan locations for only $16, 365 days a year. Going to Newark Liberty International Airport is easy and affordable on Newark Airport Express buses. Get from Manhattan to Newark Liberty International Airport from 3 convenient locations for only $16. You can relax. Buses depart every 15 minutes. And if you're flying out of Newark Liberty International Airport with a child under the age of 12, your child rides for free. every 15 minutes. A Newark Airport Express bus leaves from Grand Central Terminal, Bryant Park, and the Port Authority for only $16. And senior citizens 62 years and older receive a 50% discount on monthly tickets. For fast, easy, convenient daily express coach service between New York City and Newark Liberty International, choose Newark Airport Express. Get more info at newarkairportexpress.com. Newark Express Bus, 15 minutes, 3 locations, $16.
Getting gifts for the sports fan in your life has never been easier this holiday season thanks to CBS Locals Fan Shop. We've got the jerseys and gear for almost every team in any sport. And if you visit CBS Locals Fan Shop today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10, you'll get an additional 10% off your purchase. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more from CBS Locals Fan Shop.
Hi, this is Hunter Hayes. When disasters like Superstorm Sandy devastate communities, your support helps ensure the American Red Cross is there to provide them with warm meals, shelter, and hope to families when they need it the most. Your donation provides critical support to those in need. So donate now at redcross.org or call 1-800-RED-CROSS. CBS cares.
Sports in a minute.
Morning, 37 in Lower Manhattan. The high today, 45 to 50 with some sun. 5-day forecast in 3 minutes.
At 880 on your AM dial and live on your computer and smartphone at cbsnewyork.com. Wherever you are, we are. New York's News Radio, WCBS 880.
Good morning, I'm Michael Wallace.
Good morning, I'm Pat Carroll.
Coming up on WCBS News Radio.
We visit the town of Little Ferry, where 4 out of 5 houses were flooded by Sandy.
S&P futures up 7. Business with Joe in 10 minutes.
WCBS Sports at 6:15. Brad Heller.
Well, Pat, the Knicks stay perfect, 5-0 after a 99-89 win over the Magic in Orlando, their best start since the 93-94 season when they advanced all the way to the NBA Finals. Head coach Mike Woodson's team doing it with defense.
Well, we're on the road. It's tough on the road, and these guys played hard tonight. I thought Orlando played extremely hard, and I thought the third and fourth quarter our defense came back, and we've been that way. This is the fifth straight game we haven't allowed over 40 points in the second half.
Yeah, just 13 points in the fourth quarter for the Magic. Carmelo Anthony led all scorers with 25 points. The Nets also on a roll, 3 straight wins. They beat the Cavaliers in Brooklyn 114-101. A 35-point second quarter. Darren Williams, 26 points, 10 assists. Joe Johnson added 25. Baseball, the Marlins made a splash last offseason, signing a bunch of high-priced free agents. Now they're making another splash by trading them all away. Jose Reyes, Mark Burley, Josh Johnson, all going to the Blue Jays in exchange for shortstop Yunel Escobar and several prospects. The trade still needs to be approved by Major League Baseball. The managers of the year, the Nationals, Davey Johnson in the NL, Bob Melvin of the A's in the AL. Fox Sports reporting the Mets have offered David Wright a contract extension, and his agents have already responded with a counteroffer. College basketball, St. John's wins its season opener 77-74 over Detroit. UConn beat up Vermont 67-49. It was Fordham losing to Robert Morris 74-58. Columbia beat Haverford. Princeton and Fairfield both lost. Nationally, number 3 Kentucky fell to Duke 75-68. The Jets released linebacker Aaron Maben. He led the team in sacks last season. They've also signed former Bears running back Khalil Bell. Sports at 15:45. Brad Heller, WCBS 880 Sports.
WCBS News Time 6:17.
Email marketing works great for small business, and Constant Contact email marketing works best of all. How do we know? Because we have something the other guys don't have. Proof. According to an independent study, small businesses that use Constant Contact get 36% more of their emails opened and 60% more responses. The result? A whopping 29% more revenue. Put Constant Contact email marketing to work for your small business. Go to ConstantContact.com to sign up for a free trial today.
Here's reality, guys. If you're over 30, your testosterone levels may have already begun to decline. It's a medical fact that testosterone levels decrease with age. Here's the good news. Progene, the only all-natural dual-action testosterone supplement, is giving away a free month supply to every guy that calls today at 800-659-8316. Kick your drive back into high gear and be the man you want to be again. Try it for a month for free. There's nothing to lose. Feel younger again and be the man you want to be. Call 800-659-8316 for details. That's 800-659-8316.
WCBS News Time 6:18. It's traffic and weather together on the 8, sponsored by Delta Airlines.
In McDonald's McCafe Chopper 880, Tom Kaminsky.
All right, Michael, we're going to be making our way up to the Tappan Zee Bridge. We're getting reports of some late-running construction work there. It was on the Rockland-bound side, but it sounds as though we have only 2 lanes open in either direction and some very heavy volume now southbound on the New York State Thruway, building up, getting to and across the Tappan Zee. So we'll be making our way up there. We go to the inbound GWB. Shape still under 5 minutes. We are building at the Lincoln inbound side about 10 minutes or so. The inbound side of the Holland, just about a 5-minute wait. Got to look at the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel. We do have the 1 lane open. It is in the north tube, the tube which normally is Manhattan bound, and that will be from now until 10 o'clock this morning. 1 lane for cars, 1 lane for buses. It really is not alleviating much of the delay that we would normally see on the inbound side of the Gowanus. It is heavy from about Industry City and then into that area, and then more delays turning northbound on the BQE right up to Atlantic Avenue, and then ultimately up to the Brooklyn Bridge. I'm Tom Kaminsky, McDonald's McCafe Shopper 880. Another update in less than 10 minutes on WCBS.
Start your morning off right at McDonald's. Get 2 sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles for only $3. I'm loving it.
Craig Allen has the 5-day forecast. Starts out chilly.
It sure does, but nice. The afternoons will be sunny for the next several days. No major weather systems, at least until, the latter part of the weekend at the earliest. 45 to 50 today, 32 to 38 tonight, 45 to 50 again tomorrow, and near 50 on Friday. The Land Rover Tri-State Retailers 5-day forecast Saturday, again near 50. It'll be sunny to partly cloudy. More clouds Sunday, and in fact a chance of some rain by late Sunday or Sunday night, and highs again around 50. We're at 37 now, humidity 61%, a north wind gusting up to 21 miles per hour at LaGuardia, and today's high, a cool 45 to 50. I'm Craig Allen in the WCBS Weather Center.
Coming up, the rebuilding begins in Little Ferry in Moonachie, New Jersey. We're there live.
WCBS News Time 6:20.
Come join the celebration at Joe's Bakery at 7550 Metropolitan Ave in Middle Village, Queens, New York, as they celebrate the grand opening of their beautiful brand new facility. Call Joe's Bakery for details at 718-326-0190. Joe's Bakery is proud to offer fresh breads, cookies, pastries, gelato, and cakes for all occasions, and can create almost any cake for you, your family, and friends with at least 24 hours notice. Joe's Bakery has all of your solutions for all of your holiday parties, so call them right now at 718-326-0190 or visit their amazing new bakery at 7550 Metropolitan Ave in Middle Village, New York, featuring their new state-of-the-art baking ovens imported directly from Italy and a delightful bakery decor that will give you a truly authentic taste and feel of Italy. Call Joe's Bakery to place your orders for all of your Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's Eve functions. Call Joe's Bakery today at 718-326-0190. That's 718-326-0190. And feel free to fax your orders to them at 718-326-3022.
Getting gifts for the sports fan in your life has never been easier this holiday season thanks to CBS Locals Fan Shop. We've got the jerseys and gear for almost every team in any sport. And if you visit CBS Locals Fan Shop today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10, you'll get an additional 10% off your purchase. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more from CBS Locals Fan Shop.
Hi, this is Craig Allen. I was raised on Long Island's South Shore, and it's still where my family calls home. Sandy devastated parts of Long Island, the likes of which I've never seen. Help us help New York recover. Text the Red Cross to 90999 to donate $10 right now. A message from WCBS 880 and CBS Cares.
WCBS News Time 6:22.
Residents of Little Ferry and Moonachie are trying to pick up the pieces 2 weeks after Hurricane Sandy flooded 80% of the homes there. Let's go live to the borough and WCBS reporter Sean Adams.
Well, after the shock, it's time to roll up the sleeves.
Emotionally, physically, I mean, we're all drained, but, you know, life goes on. We got to keep moving.
Yeah, Roy Sprague has already ripped out everything in his basement. There are still piles of soggy sheetrock and waterlogged furniture on many streets here. Folks in Little Ferry and Moonachie are taking it day by day. Sprague has filed paperwork with FEMA.
They're helping. It's been a little, it's a slow process, but, we're waiting. But it looks like things are moving along.
Do you know when you might hear?
Probably next week.
Yeah, meanwhile, bills are piling up as folks wait for FEMA and insurance companies, and many are still driving rented cars. No one parked on higher ground because no one expected a berm to breach. Reporting live from Little Ferry, Sean Adams, WCBS 880 News.
Residents in storm-ravaged towns in New Jersey are being warned by Governor Christie they may have to foot part of the bill for repairing the damage left behind by Sandy.
It tells taxpayers in towns that were destroyed that they're probably going to have higher taxes. It's got to be paid for. There's no magic money tree. But I think that most people in these towns will recognize that if they believe that the money is being spent reasonably and responsibly to rebuild their towns, they'll be happy to do it.
The bulk of the cost is expected to be covered by FEMA. We'll ask Governor Christie about this and the rebuilding effort when he joins us live about 40 minutes from now at 7 o'clock.
Long Island homeowners whose electrical systems were damaged by Sandy could get expedited repairs that would be paid for by Nassau and Suffolk counties. Newsday says a home builders industry group is negotiating to send 3-person teams made up of a builder, a plumber, and an electrician to assess short-term repairs. So families would be able to return to their homes as soon as possible. At least 1,000 homes so far on Long Island have been rendered uninhabitable by the storm.
WCBS News Time, 6:24.
Popular Theater District restaurant Trattoria Dopo Teatro at 125 West 44th Street is proud to announce the opening of their second location, Dopo Teatro East, located at 345 62nd Street between 1st and 2nd Avenues. Bring your family and friends and enjoy a meal of delicious Italian cuisine or call 646-484-6548 for a reservation. Come join us at our 2 locations, Trattoria Dopo Teatro at 125 44th Street between Broadway and 6th Avenue and Dopo Teatro East at 345 62nd Street between 1st and 2nd Avenues. For reservations, go to info@dopoteatro.com.
42, 43, $2.43.
My girls are trying to break into the lemonade biz. It's rough out there. I told them to use email marketing from Constant Contact. It was the right choice for growing my small business, Go Time Fitness. Email really works because you know people are checking their inbox every day. Here comes the competition.
With email marketing from Constant Contact, you'll have the tools to easily create custom emails that will work for your business. Plans start as low as $15 per month at ConstantContact.com.
WCBS Business News at 6:25.
Here's Joe Connolly from the Wall Street Journal.
Dow futures are up 45 points. The Wall Street Journal says repairs from the storm may overwhelm local government budgets. In Long Beach, where the city already raised taxes, it'll cost them millions of dollars to replace the boardwalk. Yonkers could lay off police and firefighters if the federal government doesn't reimburse them for storm damage. And property taxes in New Jersey and electric bills in Connecticut might not go down as hoped or might go higher. As Michael was just saying, we'll be talking to Governor Christie about right around 7 here on WCBS. Christine Quinn says it's time to seriously talk about building a seawall. It's not just a fantasy notion anymore. She says it could cost $16 billion, and the federal government would have to help pay for it. And when I asked at the small business breakfast yesterday how we're going to pay for all of these infrastructure improvements, that was the only time of the whole breakfast when the room just went silent. Nobody knows yet. They haven't figured it out. I hear more people saying they know their taxes are going up. CNBC's running a campaign to rise above partisanship. Fidelity says 1 in 4 adult children assume that they will have to help their parents financially at some point. A survey shows half of people say they take the laptop to bed sometimes and work from bed. And the key point from the breakfast yesterday on websites was that your website should not just sell. It should teach and entertain, too. That's also how to sell more. I'm Joe Connolly for the Wall Street Journal on WCBS News Radio 880.
WCBS News Time, 6:27.
'Tis the season for giving, which means you have to find some awesome gifts for the sports fans in your life. With CBS Local's Fan Shop, not only can you find great team gear, but you can also save money. Visit CBSLocalFanshop.com today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10 to get an additional 10% off. Get tremendous gifts for the sports fan on your shopping list at CBSLocalFanshop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more.
Want to win an iPad? Remember, we're giving one away every weekday on WCBS 880.
Just listen at 8:20 when we play the news clip of the day. We'll tell you when we will be replaying that clip, and then that's when you need to be the 88th caller at 877-987-WCBS, and you win.
The CIA sex scandal has been a treasure trove of material for late-night comedians.
News from the world of auction houses. Christie's last night auctioned off a 76-carat diamond. Yep. I believe it was purchased by General Petraeus for his wife.
Audio courtesy The Late Show with David Letterman.
WCBS News Time, 6:28. Traffic and weather together on the 8th.
Tom Kaminsky, McDonald's McCafe Chopper 880.
Let's go over to the Tappan Zee Bridge. We have some late-running repair work at the Tappan Zee. It's on the Rockland-bound side. However, the word that we're getting is that we have only 2 lanes open in either direction, so we're making our way up to that spot. We're looking now at the southbound side of the Palisades Parkway. Looks as though we may have some extra delays here as we get toward the Alpine Tower. A little bit of police activity here. We'll double-check that for you. The inbound side of the GWB, we had delays of just about 10 minutes. The inbound Lincoln building up toward the 10 to 15-minute mark, and the inbound side of the Holland Tunnel, just about a 10-minute wait there. Southern State westbound Belmore Road, we had a collision there. That is off to the shoulder through Fairfield County, building volume on I-95 and through the area of 21 in Fairfield. I'm Tom Kaminsky, McDonald's McCafe Chopper 880, and Bernie Vider has the mass transit update.
New Jersey Transit resumes limited service on the Montclair-Boonton line, and also Long Island Railroad's Long Beach branch operating every hour during peak periods and every 2 hours during non-peak. This report sponsored by BP. Want to go a little farther between fill-ups? Use BP gasoline with Invigorate. When used continuously, it helps clean and protect critical engine parts, so you can go a little farther between fill-ups. Use BP gasoline with Invigorate. Here's your WCBS Pinpoint weather.
Temperature this morning in the 30s across the area with a northerly breeze, a little gusty at times in spots. Today, sunshine, 45 to 50. Tonight, 32 to 38. Tomorrow, more sunshine and again only 45 to 50 and near 50 once again on Friday. I'm Craig Allen in the WCBS Weather Center.
This morning's commute is powered by BMW of Manhattan, 57 and 11th, 67 Wall Street. Shop them last. BMWNYC.com.
WCBS News Time, 6:30.
News, traffic, and weather. On air, online. We are News Radio. WCBS 880.
Good morning, Wednesday, November 14th. I'm Michael Wallace.
Good morning, I'm Pat Carroll. Here's the latest from the WCBS newsroom.
LIPA's boss calls it quits 2 weeks after Sandy. We're live in Seaford.
President Obama holds his first post-election news conference addressing the fiscal cliff and the CIA sex scandal.
There's new information about the emails exchanged between General John Allen and a woman in Tampa. We'll talk live to CBS's Cammie McCormick.
Limited service on New Jersey Transit's Montclair-Boonton line resumes today.
The inbound Battery Tunnel reopens for cars, but only during the morning rush.
In sports, Knicks beat the Mavs to improve to 5-0. The Nets top the Cavs.
Marlins and Blue Jays agree to a mega deal involving Jose Reyes and several others.
Bob Melvin and Davey Johnson win Manager of the Year awards. WCBS News Time, 6:31.
The recovery. Now continuing coverage from WCBS 880.
LIPA Chief Michael Hervey's calling it quits. He'll resign at the end of the year after the storm of post-Sandy criticism. Let's go live to Seaford and WCBS Long Island Bureau Chief Mike Zirinax.
And Michael LIPA, Chief Executive Officer Michael Hervey's resignation comes as no surprise to frustrated Long Island homeowners like Jack from Seaford.
This guy should have done it because, they're so outdated and so behind schedule. Come on, I'm a little company, and I'm more updated than they are.
Hervey's resignation is effective at the end of the year. It comes amid an outpouring of anger from customers and elected officials over problems getting power restored after Hurricane Sandy. Homeowners, meantime, they're hoping new leadership will help fix LIPA's problems.
We keep repeating the same mistakes as always.
North Hempstead Supervisor John Kamen is considered a top contender to become the new LIPA boss. Reporting live in Seaford, Long Island, Mike Zirinax, WCBS 880 News.
The pictures don't do justice to what Staten Islanders are going through in the aftermath of Sandy. WCBS reporter Peter Haskell says President Obama will be able to see firsthand the kind of damage the borough endured when he visits tomorrow.
The president's visit here to Staten Island could provide an emotional lift. That's the feeling of Republican City Councilman Jim Otto.
I wanted to hear from Staten Islanders and then look Staten Islanders in the eye and say, we're going to be with you for the long haul.
And New Dorp Beach resident Lorraine Griffin seems to back that up.
That makes everybody feel important.
Others say they want Mr. Obama to see firsthand exactly what they're going through.
Reporters will have plenty of questions for the president this afternoon.
It will be President Obama's first post-election news conference and his first formal session with reporters in months. Mr. Obama will likely field questions about the controversies surrounding now former CIA Director David Petraeus and General John Allen.
The president is also expected to address the upcoming fiscal cliff.
WCBS News Time, 6:33. Defense Secretary Leon Panetta says he's confident in General John Allen's ability to continue to lead in Afghanistan despite his alleged role in the CIA sex scandal. Joining us live on the Newsline, CBS News correspondent Cami McCormick. Cami, we've learned some new details about the nature of the emails exchanged between Allen and Jill Kelly.
Yeah, we still haven't seen these emails ourselves, but they were described by a Pentagon official yesterday as flirtatious. You have to sort of look into that, your own meaning of the word flirtatious, and we don't know on whose part these emails were flirtatious, whether General John Allen or Jill Kelly, who was trading these emails with him. So we still don't know a lot of details, but it's interesting, as you mentioned, Secretary Panetta expressing his support for General Allen today. We also heard that from the NATO secretary, and we also heard that from Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. So we'll have to see how far, if this investigation, in fact, goes any farther.
Now, the CIA's acting director will meet with with the House intelligence leaders today, the House, that is. What can we expect out of that meeting, if anything?
Yeah, there are a lot of closed sessions on Capitol Hill this week, and today they're sort of two-pronged. One approach is looking at the Benghazi investigation, what the CIA knew. Acting CIA Director Michael Morrell will be testifying behind closed doors. We're also on the other track. Lawmakers are wanting to know more about the Petraeus investigation and the General Allen investigation, and so we just learned that FBI Director Mueller will be on the Hill as well today, and he'll be briefing some senior lawmakers.
And is there anything new on whether General Petraeus will be asked to testify about Benghazi, even though he's resigned from CIA?
Yeah, we're hearing increasing calls for that. A lot of lawmakers, even though Michael Morrell has been the deputy at the CIA until now that he's acting director, they want to hear from Petraeus himself. They want to hear exactly what he knew, when he knew it, and they want to hear his explanation for the U.S. response to the attack on the consulate in Libya.
Can they force him to testify? How does that work?
They can compel him to testify. He's a private citizen now. They can put a lot of pressure on him as well. I think it would probably be distasteful to a lot of them to subpoena him, but they can urge him to testify, and he may want to come and testify before them and sort of clear the air on the CIA's role in all of this.
Still unfolding. Thanks for the latest. Cami McCormick, CBS News correspondent in Washington.
WCBS News Time, 6:35.
It's every parent's worry. Sick child and you can't reach your doctor. Well, Brooklyn parents can rest easy thanks to the pediatric emergency rooms at the new University Hospital, SUNY Downstate. This is Dr. Michael Lucchese. Our pediatric ERs are for the emergency care of children. Separate, super clean, with very short wait times and outstanding ER doctors. In fact, our doctors teach the doctors who practice in New York. More New York City doctors graduate from SUNY Downstate than any other medical school. ER doctors here are trained in a highly competitive program, specifically in children's emergency care. So when you're worried and up at night, the ER to remember is at University Hospital, SUNY Downstate, Litch, Central Brooklyn, and the Bay Ridge Urgent Care Center, where education and research are put into practice.
For a physician referral, 1-888-270-SUNY, 1-888-270-SUNY.
Email marketing works great for small business, and Constant Contact email marketing works best of all. How do we know? Because we have something the other guys don't have. Proof. According to an independent study, small businesses that use Constant Contact get 36% more of their emails opened and 60% more responses. The result? A whopping 29% more revenue. Put Constant Contact email marketing to work for your small business. Go to ConstantContact.com to sign up for a free trial today.
Inhabitants of Earth, you can run, but you cannot. What are you doing?
Watching Netflix on my smartphone, dude.
What?
I can instantly watch as many TV episodes and movies as I want.
You don't fear for your life?
Yeah, not really. Our atmosphere is eventually going to kill you anyway.
Nonsense. Our anatomy is...
There you go. Faster than I thought.
Instantly watch thousands of TV episodes and movies on all kinds of devices for only $8 a month with Netflix. Start your free trial today. See terms of use.
How far would you go to help save someone's life? How about to your garage? If you have an unneeded vehicle, donate it to the Salvation Army. They'll pick it up for free, and the proceeds from its sale will help someone in the grip of addiction reclaim his life. To donate your vehicle, call 1-800-SA-TRUCK or visit satruck.org. You will be doing the most good.
WCBS News Time, 6:38. Traffic and weather together on the 8th, sponsored by the New York, New Jersey Subaru dealers, and we have problems at the tap.
Tom Kaminsky, McDonald's McCafe, Chopper 880.
And the problem is with some late-running construction, we're still trying to figure out exactly what is going on here, but the southbound New York State Thruway is heavy from 303 getting onto the Westchester County-bound Tappan Zee. Now, we have only the two right lanes open headed into Westchester County. Rockland-bound, we have only the far right lane open. Just past the superstructure, we had some paving work ongoing. It looks as though there may be some issues with clearing the equipment that was used to do this paving work, because the movable barrier has already been set in place in its normal morning configuration, which normally should give you 4 lanes from Rockland and Westchester, but there's still all that equipment yet right in that area of the superstructure. That's still yet to be cleared. So again, only 2 lanes available in very heavy volume. We'll keep an eye on that. The inbound side GWB at this point, just about a 10-minute wait from 8095. Better from the other approaches. Lincoln building up to 15 to 20 in the inbound side of the Holland, about a 5 to 10 minute delay there. We got lots of Long Island delays building up on the LIE westbound side in through Vets Highway, again and through Glen Cove Road. Southern State around Belmore Road, we had a collision at that spot. That is off to the shoulder. I'm Tom Kaminsky, McDonald's McCafe, Chopper 880. Another update in less than 10 minutes on WCBS.
And the forecast now, meteorologist Craig Allen.
Sunshine much of the time, but it stays rather cool, 45 to 50. Tonight, mostly clear and cold, low 32 in the suburbs to about 38 in the city. Mostly sunny tomorrow, but high again, just 45 to 50. Friday, sunny, around 50. I'm Craig Allen in the WCBS Weather Center.
Clear skies, 37 in Lower Manhattan.
And coming up in the Osgood File, Coney Island residents in need after Sandy.
WCBS News Time, 6:39.
Thank you for calling Discover Card. Listen, your 5% cashback program is to die for. What's the new category? You will love it. Right now, you can get 5% cashback everywhere you shop online through December. Only from Discover. Shut the door. 5% cashback? I shop online all the time. No joke. Everywhere online. Best category ever.
Only Discover gives you 5% cashback everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cashback on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
Have you been injured in an automobile accident? Do you need legal help? If so, we can help. LegalHelpConnect.com is a free service that provides you with information on who to contact when you have suffered a personal injury. A car accident can be a traumatic event, particularly when someone else is to blame. Call us today at 888-304-9862 to see if you qualify for a free, no-obligation case review. Again, that number is 888-304-9862 because you deserve the best legal help that you can get.
WCBS News Time, 6:40.
The Osgood File, sponsored in part by LiftMaster Garage Door Openers. Use your smartphone to open or close your garage door anytime from anywhere. This is Charles Osgood. I'm sure you've heard that the worst is over now in New York City. Well, I'm sorry to tell you, but the worst is not over. Not for thousands of people still trapped in their high-rise apartment buildings in places like Coney Island.
If people understood the level of despair that people are living in and the fact that people are near to dying, and I'm sure dead in their apartments every day, there would be more people here and there would be more help here.
Adrienne Wabgen is a second-year law student at Yale University who volunteered, along with her sister Lara, to work in Coney Island with People's Relief, an ad hoc group trying to help and horrified by what they're seeing. Adrienne had expected to go back to Yale within a few days and resume her classes.
Now that we have all seen how it is, we cannot do anything else because it is so incredibly awful.
As you'll hear after this. Every day, it seems, there's something new your smartphone can do. Now, it can open and close your garage door from anywhere in the world. With a LiftMaster Garage Door Opener with MyQ technology, you can use your smartphone or computer to control your garage door from anywhere, anytime, like right now. And LiftMaster Garage Door Openers with battery backup keep your garage door working even if the power isn't. Find a dealer near you at liftmaster.com. Go ahead, look it up on your smartphone.
Geico says, let's make life simpler.
You need to buy something, but you don't want to make a mistake. So what do? Scour the web? Collect sales circulars? Ask your brother-in-law? How about this? When it comes to car insurance, Geico has a 97% customer satisfaction rating. I repeat, 97%. So make it simple. Just ask a friend who has Geico. Then click or call. You could make it 98%.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Adrian Wabgen, tell us about the situation in those high-rise apartments in Coney Island where help hasn't come.
These people have had no power, no water, no heat, and no electricity since Hurricane Sandy happened. They're elderly people, they're disabled people, they're people who are not getting food, there are people with small children who haven't had heat. In all of this time, there is no end in sight for all of these things.
For the first 10 days after the storm, police stayed on the ground outside the buildings to discourage looting, and FEMA and the Red Cross were set up to help those who could come and get it. That's when Adrian was telling everyone who'd listen.
I'm telling you what they're not doing. They are not going into buildings to help people who are elderly and disabled and who cannot go get help for themselves.
They are doing that now the best they can. But to help those who've been doing it all along, go to www.portlight.org and tag your donation, People's Relief.
Please send any help that you can.
Thank you, Adrian. The Osgood File. This is Charles Osgood on the CBS Radio Network.
WCBS News Time, 6:43.
Lewis, a left to Max's jaw, a right to his head. Max shoots a hard right to Lewis. Lewis with the old 1-2. First to left and then the right. And Schmeling is down. The count is 7, 8. The men are in the ring. The fight is over. Well, let's look at the glamorous crowd at ringside. There's the entire cast of Clifford Odets' Golden Boy, Siggy, Roxy, and Pepper, with Tony Shalhoub from TV's Monk, Tom Moody, played by Danny Mastrogiorgio, and next to them, Danny Burstein, who plays Tokyo, and Golden Boy himself, Seth Numrick as Joe Bonaparte, the talented violinist who gives everything up for fame and fortune in the ring, and for gorgeous Lorna Moon, the dame from Newark, played by Yvonne Strahovski from TV's Dexter. Just some of the colorful characters sharing the excitement. Take it from me, there are a lot of hits on Broadway, but only one knockout. Lincoln Center Theater presents Golden Boy, directed by Bartlett Shear at the Belasco Theater. Don't get counted out. Visit telecharge.com.
37 under clear skies in lower Manhattan. Should be a sunny day today with a high near 50. The 5-day forecast in 3 minutes.
At 880 on your AM dial and live on your computer and smartphone at cbsnewyork.com. When you need to know, we've got you covered.
Good morning. I'm Pat Carroll.
And I'm Michael Wallace.
Coming up on WCBS.
Why commuting to work has become like another job, but with no benefits.
S&P futures now up 6. Joe Connolly in 10 minutes from the Wall Street Journal.
WCBS News Time, 6:45. Brad Heller has sports.
Well, Michael, first time all season, the Knicks have trailed in the fourth quarter, but Carmelo Anthony and company still keep that perfect record intact.
Knicks have 5 to shoot. Anthony puts up a 3, puts it in. Carmelo Anthony from downtown. And the Knicks back up by 9, courtesy of this 12-2 run.
Mike Breen, the call, MSG. 25 points for Melo. The Knicks beat the Magic in Orlando 99-89. They're now 5-0, the best start in 19 years. J.R. Smith, Raymond Felton each added 21 points. Meanwhile, Darren Williams, a double-double, 26 points, 10 assists. The Nets routed the Cavaliers in Brooklyn 114-101, their third straight win. Joe Johnson chipped in with 25. Baseball, another fire sale down in Miami. The Marlins shipping Jose Reyes, Mark Burley, Josh Johnson, all to the Blue Jays in exchange for shortstop Yunel Escobar and a bunch of prospects. The deal still has to be approved by the league. The Mets have offered David Wright a contract extension. That's according to FoxSports.com, and Wright's agents have reportedly already made a counteroffer. The managers of the year, the Nationals' Davey Johnson in the National League, and the American League, Bob Melvin of the A's, beating out the Orioles, Buck Showalter. College basketball, St. John's has to rally to win its season opener 77-74 over Detroit. UConn beat up Vermont 67-49. Columbia and Fairfield, both winners. Princeton and Fordham both lost. Nationally, number 9 Duke beat number 3 Kentucky in Atlanta 75-68. Football, the Jets cut linebacker Aaron Maben. He actually led the team with 6 sacks last season. Corner Isaiah Trufant placed on season-ending injured reserve. Sports sponsored by Mercedes-Benz. If you're thinking of leasing or financing a luxury vehicle this holiday season, think Mercedes-Benz. During the Mercedes-Benz winter event, you can take advantage of limited-time lease and finance offers on select 4MATIC all-wheel drive models. Log on to searchmercedes.com and let the holiday shopping begin. Sports at 15 and 45. Brad Heller, WCBS 880 Sports.
WCBS News Time, 6:47.
I'm Dan Kelly, owner of Go Time Fitness. I'm always trying to stay top of mind with my customers, and Constant Contact has the tools to help me do that. They make it so easy. So when my daughters started a business of their own, Constant Contact was the best advice I could give them.
Dad, we're 9. It's a lemonade stand.
Never too early to start.
From deals to events, social to email, Constant Contact can help you grow your business. Find the solution that's right for you at ConstantContact.com.
If you have bad credit, you're not alone. Did you know that as much as 79% of all credit reports contain errors and incorrect information? Having great credit is more important than ever. Let nationally recognized credit expert Jason M. Kaplan help. Jason and his team of FICO experts will give you a free consultation and discuss how they can get your credit life back on track. Call 877-731-0082 for your free credit consultation and analysis. There's no upfront fees, and you only pay for results. Call the Credit Pros now at 877-731-0082.
WCBS News Time, 6:48. Traffic and weather together on the 8th.
Let's check your commute now. Tom Kaminsky, McDonald's, McCafe, Chopper 880.
All right, well, the tough spot this morning is the Tappan Zee Bridge. There is some construction work or some construction vehicles that are still being moved around there near the superstructure of the Tappan Zee Bridge. So we have southbound side or Westchester bound, only the two right lanes getting by. We are jammed from the area of 303 onto the Tappan Zee. The far right lane getting by, so we'll keep an eye on that. The inbound GWB, if you're thinking that as an alternate, at this point, the Palisades Parkway approach will be all right. We did have 103 the northbound Palisades around the area of exit 3 in Alpine. We had one vehicle off the roadway, off to the shoulder, it's actually on the embankment, so that was in the process of being cleared, but a little bit of extra volume there on the northbound Palisades. The inbound side of the Lincoln at 20, the inbound Holland about a 15 to 20-minute delay. Fairfield County, we had some delays on the southbound side of I-95. In through 21 in Fairfield, the Merritt Parkway building up, getting toward 36 in New Canaan. I'm Tom Kaminsky, McDonald's, McCafe, Chopper 880. Another update in less than 10 minutes on WCBS.
To the Weather Center and Craig Allen, the 5-day forecast.
Looks nice and quiet for a couple of them, or at least the first 4 days with sunshine today, 45 to 50, a little breezy. Tonight's low 32 in the suburbs to about 38 in the city. More sunshine tomorrow and Friday. 45 to 50 again tomorrow, near 50 Friday. And for Saturday, near 50 one more time before we give way, or the sun gives way to clouds on Sunday with a chance of some rain by late Sunday or Sunday night, and highs again around 50. 37 now, humidity 61%, a north wind, and today's high 45 to 50. I'm Craig Allen in the WCBS Weather Center.
WCBS News Time, 6:50.
Getting to work has required a lot of flexibility for people in these last few days, and we'll be getting an update in just a moment. There's also been a lot of work done in getting 250,000 tons of debris already cleared from the Rockaways, but as we hear from WCBS reporter Marla Diamond, that isn't even half of what still needs to be removed.
Jack Mead's Bell Harbor home is beach block. He, his wife, and 2 children stayed through the storm.
The water was gushing 6 foot high, 30 miles an hour down the street. It was just so frightening. We were stuck in the house. We just had to stay there. We rode it out for about an hour and a half. Never again.
He's now cleaning up his neighborhood and his neighbors' belongings.
It's a nightmare. It's a complete nightmare.
For 16 days, he's been working 12-hour shifts.
It gets wear and tear on you. I don't have a place to sleep.
So he stays in the sanitation depot.
It's very, very tough to get 2 hours of sleep, let alone 8.
But this dedicated sanitation man will be back at it again this morning because there is still so much more work to be done. In Bell Harbor, Queens, Marla Diamond, WCBS 880 News.
Since Sandy, commuting has been really tough. Let's go live to Penn Station with WCBS reporter Paul Murnane. A few more service options resumed today, Paul, but it's still a frustrating way to start the workday.
It is, Michael. There is a Montclair Booten service that's back this morning on a limited basis, and just looking at the established and the limited timetables that's being offered now by New Jersey Transit, it looks like on Montclair Booten service, it's about half the number of trains that they would usually have during a rush hour. It looks like 8 trains making their way in, along Montclair Booten, and of the 8, 4 of them, the trains that are originating in Montclair State this morning, they're the ones that are coming all the way to Penn Station. And with the addition of this service this morning, New Jersey Transit says it's running now 37 trains the length of the system all the way to Manhattan Penn Station. 37. Typically, they run 63 trains in to Penn Station here in Manhattan every morning.
You've been hearing a lot of people's stories about what their commutes have been like in addition to long. What else have you heard?
It's worse in the afternoon than it is in the morning. People coming in are telling me in the morning that maybe better than they thought. Fewer options, obviously. If you miss a train, it might be a wait of an hour for the next one. But they say you come to Penn Station in the afternoon of the outbound run. That's worse. Also, maybe a pattern emerging as of this morning. I'm talking to a couple of people that are coming off the NEC and Morrison Essex service, which has been running for a while now. That service seems to be improving over earlier this week and definitely over last week. Interesting to hear from the people coming in from Montclair, Wayne, and other locations on the Montclair boot line what their experiences have been like, because we're hearing that the first couple of days of the service, when it does come back, can be a little bit rough.
Thanks, Paul. Paul Murnane, live at Penn Station.
Governor Christie has reinstated Bergen County's blue laws, which were lifted in the aftermath of Sandy, so people could get things they needed on Sunday. The mayor of Paramus thanking Christie, saying the laws give residents a break once a week from mall traffic. Governor Christie will be joining us live in just a few minutes, coming up at 7 to talk about the recovery from Hurricane Sandy, the likelihood of higher property taxes to pay for it, and his thoughts on how the utilities have performed.
WCBS News Time, 6:53.
With so much going on in the world today, Cars for Kids is promoting random acts of kindness. Here's this week's featured charity moment submission, brought to you by Cars for Kids.
After the initial shock and pain Jennifer suffered when her mother took her own life, Jennifer created Mom Squad to connect with others who have been affected by the suicide of a mother. The group empowers people to choose how to cope, survive, and turn their pain into positive productivity.
Like Mom Squad, you too can help make the world a better place. Click on the banner now to submit your act of kindness for a chance to have it heard on WCBS 880.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Donate your car today with 1-877 Cars for Kids. You'll receive a maximum tax deduction. What's more, you'll receive a vacation voucher of 3 days and 2 nights. Also on the web at carsforkids.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Remember, that's Cars with a K.
What do you got for me, Doc?
The victim is male, mid-30s. Cause of death, sudden shock.
Yeah, well, he was last seen browsing thousands of TV episodes and movies online with Netflix.
Explains the traces of disbelief in the brain, but this astonishment residue...
He was watching them all instantly.
Instantly? That's incredible.
Doctor? Doctor!
Instantly watch thousands of TV episodes and movies on all kinds of devices for only $8 a month with Netflix. Start your free trial today. See terms of use.
I'm Maria. My sister just called to tell me Prestige Lexus December to Remember sales event has started early. Great! I've been waiting all year for this opportunity. Prestige Lexus has amazing deals, super rewards programs, and new models that really satisfy my need for design, reliability, and price. We've always been a Prestige Lexus family, and this year's models are not my dad's Lexus, if you know what I mean. Thanks to my sister, I'm on my way to Prestige Lexus.
Prestige, driven to perfection. Visit PrestigeLexus.com.
Business with Joe next.
WCBS News Time, 6:55.
Business news, Joe Connolly, Wall Street Journal.
Con Ed says they will look at ideas to move equipment to make it less subject to flooding. Christine Quinn's talking about a seawall and says it could cost $16 billion. The repairs could cost local governments millions of dollars, and taxes and electric bills could go up. Bayshore appraiser Bill Collins says we have no idea how the storm will affect property values near the water. Dow futures are up 41 points. Cardinal Trade Shows of New York tweeted that the headline from the WCBS Small Business Breakfast was, Long Island is getting back to business. One trend I noticed yesterday was more men now saying I'm starting a business because my wife has a good job with benefits. One such man came up to me and he said, "Hi, I used to work with a hedge fund. Now I'm in sales. And I'm trying to learn how to walk up to people and introduce myself." We had a nice talk. He said, "I used to crunch numbers and not talk to anyone all day." And you could see he was still feeling his way, learning a whole new game in his 50s. Thank you to everybody who contributed to the discussion at the WCBS Small Business Breakfast. I'm Joe Connolly for the Wall Street Journal on WCBS News Radio 880.
Hey, it's Earl from the Walmart commercials, and I'm about to call a big Spider-Man fan.
Hello?
Hey, Julie, do you know what movie this is from?
You're a wanted man, Peter Parker.
Spider-Man, the Amazing Spider-Man, right?
You got it. But you may not know you could be among the first to get your hands on the new DVD.
That's awesome. I can't wait.
Oh, yeah. Walmart has it this Friday at midnight, starting at $14.96.
I'm really excited.
See for yourself. Get the Amazing Spider-Man movie with hours of extra content starting at midnight. Walmart. Rated PG-13 while supplies last.
42, 43, $2.43.
My girls are trying to break into the lemonade biz. It's rough out there. I told them to use email marketing from Constant Contact. It was the right choice for growing my small business, Go Time Fitness. Email really works because you know people are checking their inbox every day. Here comes the competition. With email marketing from Constant Contact, you'll have the tools to easily create custom emails that will work for your business. Plans start as low as $15 per month at ConstantContact.com.
WCBS News Time 6:58.
Traffic and weather together on the 8th. Tom Kaminsky, McDonald's McCafe, Chopper 80.
All right, we go to the southbound New York State Thruway in Rockland, which is absolutely stopped cold now from beyond the Garden State Parkway down to the Tappan Zee Bridge. Only the two right lanes open. We had a problem with a construction crane, which has now been removed from the Tappan Zee, but we still do not have any additional lanes open. Rockland bound, we have only one lane getting by. We have delays building up at the inbound GWB about 2025 from 8095, Lincoln at 20, the Holland at 20. I'm Tom Kaminsky, McDonald's McCafe, Chopper 880.
Do you ever feel like you've hit a roadblock when marketing your small business? Constant Contact helps you to cross that barrier with easy-to-use tools that grow your business.
From email to events, local deals to social media promotions. Learn which product is right for you at ConstantContact.com.
Weather now, Craig Allen.
Holding at 37 degrees for now. We're going up to 45 to 50 this afternoon with sunshine, and the same thing for tomorrow.
News, traffic, and weather. On air, online. We are News Radio, WCBS New York.
Good morning, Wednesday, November 14th. I'm Pat Carroll.
And I'm Michael Wallace. Here's the latest from the WCBS Newsroom.
Governor Christie warns some towns may see their property taxes go up to pay for Hurricane Sandy.
Governor will join us live to talk about the recovery efforts and its costs.
LIPA's chief operating officer resigns as the utility gets an earful for its response to Sandy. We're live in Seaford.
Governor Cuomo is launching a commission to investigate New York's power system.
President Obama expected to make his first comments today about the CIA sex scandal.
Major traffic tie-ups at the Tappan Zee this morning. We'll have a live look overhead at 7:08.
Knicks improved to 5-0 with a 99-89 win over Orlando.
Nets beat Cleveland 114-101.
WCBS News Time, 7 o'clock.
CBS News, I'm Frank Seditani. 32 people dead, more than 400 hospitalized. A House subcommittee wants answers about the meningitis outbreak blamed on contaminated steroids from a Massachusetts pharmacy.
I think the FDA has a lot to explain here.
Subcommittee Chairman Cliff Stearns also wants to hear from the pharmacy's CEO.
It was clear evidence that the quality control was terrible at the New England Compounding Center, and he was doing nothing about it.
FDA inspectors tried to have that pharmacy shut down almost 10 years ago, but it didn't happen. Live to CBS News correspondent Vicki Barker, what did happen?
Just like the meningitis outbreak today, we saw fatalities, heard proposals and pledges to fix the lightly regulated drug compounding industry, and then nothing. The New York Times says powerful allies on Capitol Hill have blocked all past attempts to tighten regulation. As those congressional hearings open today, experts are hoping the high toll of dead and sickened will mean this is the tragedy that finally turns the tide. Frank?
President Obama meets with some top CEOs today as a warm-up to negotiations with Congress on ways to avoid the potentially ruinous fiscal cliff of tax increases and spending cuts come the first of the year. Across Europe, thousands of workers are on strike to protest painful budget cuts and tax increases, disrupting train service and forcing airlines to cancel flights. At a summit conference in Perth, Australia, Secretary of State Clinton said no allies have expressed concern that the investigation of General John Allen, the commander in Afghanistan, will set back the mission there. CBS's Cammie McCormick tells us what Defense Secretary Panetta had to say.
Panetta said putting General Allen's nomination to head the NATO command in Europe on hold was the prudent thing to do.
No one should leap to any conclusions here.
Still, Congress wants more answers about the investigation into David Petraeus and now General Allen. Lawmakers want to know if national security was threatened. Acting CIA Director Michael Morrell will return to the Hill today for more questioning. Cammie McCormick, CBS News, Washington.
CBS News correspondent Bob Orr has learned some of the details of an email that Allen received from the other woman in the Petraeus scandal.
Paula Broadwell, who we now know is David Petraeus' former lover,
was warning Allen to stay away from Jill Kelly.
Jill Kelly is the Tampa socialite whose complaint to the FBI triggered the investigation at Petraeus. A small plane taking 3 pilots to a safety conference crashed into a home in Jackson, Mississippi, killing all on board. Felicia Polk says her sister got out alive by jumping out a window. That home is near an airfield.
The planes fly over our houses like all times of the night. Like you can hear them, and sometimes you can even feel them.
Millions of Facebook shares could hit the stock market today. It's the first day employees and early investors can sell them. Jill Schlesinger at CBSMoneyWatch.com expects a lot of them will.
These 800 million shares are going to become available, and I'm sure a lot of these employees are really chomping at the bit.
S&P futures are up 5 points. This is CBS News.
Live from Studio 11B at the CBS Hudson Square Broadcast Center, we are News Radio, WCBS HD and WCBS FM HD3, New York.
Clear and 37 in lower Manhattan as we head for a sunny high of 50 today. WCBS News Time 7:03.
New Jersey continues to clean up from Hurricane Sandy, but the road back to normal will be a long and expensive one. Joining us live on the Newsline is Governor Chris Christie. Good morning, Governor.
Good morning. How are you, Pat?
We're hanging in. You've got your work cut out for you. You issued a warning yesterday that property taxes are likely to rise in some of the hardest hit towns.
Well, I didn't say likely. I said it's possible because what we do is we have a 2% property tax cap, but one of the exceptions is a declared emergency. And so if towns need to spend some money to get themselves going, they can exceed the cap. We obviously encourage them to stay within it. But I have to admit, obviously, that if, we don't get as much federal money as we hope, that may in fact be a problem. But we're going to be out there fighting to get the type of federal money that the folks in Katrina got, because this has been as traumatic to New Jersey as Katrina was to the Gulf Coast.
In New York, Governor Cuomo has put together a figure of $30 billion. Have you come up with a monetary figure yet?
No, Mike, we're still working on it. We're trying to look very carefully, keep our pencils sharp, and I hope by the end of this week we'll have a number that would be a good and reliable estimate.
There's been an awful lot of criticism of utilities in the wake of the storm. In fact, last night the CEO of LIPA resigned after all the criticism for that utilities response. How do you feel about the utilities in New Jersey?
Listen, I think the utilities in New Jersey had their moments of good performance and not so good performance. But let's keep it in context. We had 3 million homes that were without power at some point during this crisis in New Jersey. That meant over 7 million people in New Jersey at the height of this had no power. And the utilities restored all those folks within 12 days. So I think they did a good job under the most catastrophic circumstances you could see. But I've ordered our Board of Public Utilities to do a complete investigation of both the utilities' preparation for the storm and their execution afterwards. And I'll make a judgment once I see that full investigation. But I think there were moments that were very good, and especially moments of communication that were not so good, and that they have to get much better at in terms of informing the public about when their power is going to go on and give them a realistic time, not just singing the happy tune.
Let's talk about the commute, which has been, a nightmare for a lot of people since Sandy, for obvious reasons. Are you satisfied with how the transit agencies have responded and what work they still have ahead of them?
Well, listen, I am satisfied with how we've responded because, New Jersey Transit had 25% of its rail cars impacted. We had rail up the North Jersey coastline impacted, and Amtrak still has not turned on full power to get through the Hudson River tunnels, which is causing us to have about a third of the normal number of trains that we would run through the Hudson River. Remember, too, that the PATH system is still not fully up and running, especially from the really flooded station at Hoboken. What we've done, and what I'm really encouraging people to do, is we not only added more buses, but more importantly, we have park and ride systems that are taking you to the ferry, and those park and ride bus rides are free, and the ferry rides are free. And people should really be utilizing the ferry during this period of time. The easiest way to get over to the city from New Jersey right now, and certainly the cheapest, since it's for free, is to take the ferry.
The Jersey Shore, of course, suffered the most significant damage, which was so painful to so many people with memories of their summers there. But you vowed to rebuild it. It's going to take time. What do you think the shore will look like next summer?
Well, listen, I think the shore will look okay next summer, but it won't look the same. And we have two different things. What kind of public infrastructure will be able to be rebuilt between now and then to be able to support the vacationers that want to come there? I think that'll be there. I think what'll take longer is for the residents who lost homes to decide, do they want to rebuild? And if they do, the time that it will take to be able to rebuild may not all be done by next summer. And so a lot of that's also going to depend on the commitment of the president and Congress to giving us the money we need, during this lame duck period, so that we can really get going and rebuilding the shore, rebuilding our mass transit system, and the infrastructures in the state that were severely damaged. So a lot of this is going to be up to the president and the Congress to step up now.
We're starting to lose your phone line a little bit, Governor, so hopefully it hangs on for one more question. We're curious, you've met so many storm victims the last couple of weeks. What's the one story or one image that will most stick in your mind after all this?
Well, I've met so many people, Mike, that have touched me, but the one that's touched me the most is in Middletown, New Jersey, down in Monmouth County, a 9-year-old girl named Ginger, who came up to me to say hello and thanked me for being strong for everyone, and then started to cry and told me, I lost my house. My mom and dad cry all the time. I'm scared. And I won't ever forget that little girl's face. And I just knelt down and gave her a hug and said, don't worry. You shouldn't worry about those things. The adults are in charge and we'll take care of you, and you have nothing to be afraid of. But I won't forget Ginger. She was a special little girl. And for me, at least as a father of 4, watching a 9-year-old little girl cry was probably one of the most difficult things I saw over the last 2 weeks.
Certainly an image that's going to stick with all of us now that you've shared it. Thanks, Governor.
Thank you, Pat.
Governor Chris Christie live here on WCBS.
Let's get a check of traffic and weather together now on WCBS 709, and we expand our report.
It's sponsored by B&H Photo and Video. Here's Tom Kaminsky, McDonald's McCafe Chopper 880.
All right, Michael, one of the things that the governor just touched on, certainly the transportation situation and those park and rides and using the ferries, that is certainly very good advice. The inbound side of the Lincoln Tunnel, we've seen a lot of the volume come back, especially over the past week or so. Today, we have delays of about 30 to 40 minutes there. The Holland Tunnel with about a 20-minute delay, and the George Washington Bridge, we have about a 45-minute delay from the express lanes of 80-95, about 15 to 20 minutes from the other approaches. The Palisades approach at this point will still be the best of the bunch, just about 5 minutes or so there. Now let's go back up to Rockland County. That was our trouble spot this morning and still continues to be on the southbound thruway. It is jammed from the Spring Valley Toll Plaza right down to the Tappan Zee Bridge. There was a problem with the construction crane. That has now been removed from the bridge. The movable barrier on the Westchester County bound side is now being put back into place in the rest of the stretch across the bridge. So we will have 4 lanes available for you shortly, but as of right now, only 2. And that northbound side or Rockland bound side, we still had only 1 lane getting by there. I'm Tom Kaminsky, McDonald's McCafe Shopper 880. Another update in less than 10 minutes on WCBS.
The forecast now, Craig Allen. Nice day.
It is sunshine today, much of the day, 45 to 50. Tonight's low, 32 to 38. And another one just like it tomorrow with highs 45 to 50. Right now it's 37. I'm Craig Allen in the WCBS Weather Center.
Coming up, a LIPA boss pulls the plug on his career.
WCBS News Time 7:11.
My mum always says hard work never hurt anybody. Good advice as usual. So we worked very hard to make Geico.com very easy. Say you want to report a claim and follow its progress. You can do it all online at Geico.com. Not to mention perhaps saving a tidy sum of money on your car insurance. All it takes is a few clicks. So visit Geico.com today. Oh, and Mum, if you're listening, yes, I did wash behind my ears this morning.
I'm Dan Kelly, owner of Go Time Fitness. I'm always trying to stay top of mind with my customers, and Constant Contact has the tools to help me do that. They make it so easy. So when my daughters started a business of their own, Constant Contact was the best advice I could give them.
Dad, we're 9. It's a lemonade stand.
Never too early to start.
From deals to events, social to email, Constant Contact can help you grow your business. Find the solution that's right for you at ConstantContact.com.
The Recovery, now continuing coverage from WCBS 880.
WCBS News Time, 7:12.
Turn out the lights. LIPA's chief operating officer announces he will resign after the utility's taken a lot of heat for its Hurricane Sandy response. WCBS Long Island Bureau Chief Mike Zieranax is live in Seaford with the latest.
And Michael, the target of an outpouring of anger from electric customers and elected officials following Hurricane Sandy. LIPA Chief Operating Officer Michael Hervey has resigned, and homeowners like Pat O'Gara of Seaford are high-fiving it.
Well, I mean, our power been out for, 14, 15 days down there? Look how old our electric system is here. I mean, everything's breaking, come on.
LIPA has been the target of angry demonstrations of late. Hervey's resignation is effective at the end of the year. North Hempstead Supervisor John Kamen is considered a front-runner to become the new LIPA boss. Reporting live in Seaford, Long Island, Mike Zieranax, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time, 7:13.
Since 1897, Riverside Memorial Chapel, the largest source of Jewish funeral professionals in the New York area, has also been the largest resource for thousands of Jewish families demanding only the best in Jewish funeral service. Utmost quality, adherence to Jewish law, and compassion. Other chapels with less resources or bargain price chapels cannot match. Riverside never uses answering services as many other chapels do. Licensed funeral professionals are available 24 hours at 212-362-6600, enabling cost-effective ways for arranging or pre-arranging funeral services and helping Jewish families cope in today's economy. The sacredness and quality of a Jewish funeral service must never be compromised under any circumstances. This has been Riverside's true obligation to the Jewish community since 1897. Riverside Memorial Chapel, for generations, a symbol of Jewish tradition and uncompromising quality. Call 212-362-6600 anytime.
No one chooses to have depression, but every day people choose to do something about it. And for many, it means taking an antidepressant. But for some, it may not always be enough. Low mood, loss of interest, these are just a few of the common symptoms that can continue to stay with you, even while you're treating depression. If you're feeling better on your antidepressant but are still not quite where you want to be, the Depression Outreach Study may be an option. It's evaluating an investigational drug that's intended to be taken with your current antidepressant to see if it helps to lessen any ongoing symptoms of depression. All eligible study participants will receive investigational study drugs, coverage for their current prescription antidepressant, and study-related care at no cost. To learn more, call 866-581-6560. That's 866-581-6560. Or visit DepressionOutreachStudy.com. Learn more today, because you shouldn't have to handle depression alone.
Brightening skies, 37, still chilly, only going up to 45 to 50 today. The 5-day forecast is still ahead.
At 880 on your AM dial and live on your computer and smartphone at cbsnewyork.com. Wherever you are, we are. New York's News Radio, WCBS 880.
Good morning, I'm Michael Wallace.
Good morning, I'm Pat Carroll.
Coming up on WCBS News Radio.
What President Obama will see when he visits Staten Island tomorrow.
S&P futures up 6. Business with Joe in 10 minutes.
WCBS Sports at 7:15, sponsored by Metropolitan Jewish Health System, MJHS. Here's Brad Heller.
Well, Pat, toughest stretch of the season for the undefeated Knicks so far. 3 road games in 4 nights, but the trip started with a win in Orlando. 99-89 over the Magic. They're now 5-0. Best start in 19 years. 25 points for Carmelo Anthony, Raymond Felton, J.R. Smith. Each added 21. Meanwhile, the Nets blew out the Cavaliers 114-101 at Barclays Center. Their third straight win, a double-double for Darren Williams, 26 points and 10 assists. Baseball, the Marlins and Blue Jays, a blockbuster deal. Jose Reyes, Mark Burley, Josh Johnson among those going to Toronto in exchange for shortstop Yunel Escobar and a bunch of prospects. The trade still needs to be approved by Major League Baseball. The awards last night, Manager of the Year, the Nationals' Davey Johnson wins in the NL. Bob Melvin of the A's takes the award in the AL. FoxSports.com reporting the Mets have offered David Wright a contract extension, and his agents have reportedly responded with a counteroffer. College basketball, UConn over Vermont, 67-49. St. John's takes down Detroit, 77-74. Fordham lost to Robert Morris. Columbia, a win over Haverford. Princeton and Fairfield both came up short. The big game in the top 25, number 9 Duke over Kentucky. 75-68. In football, the Jets have released linebacker Aaron Maben, last season's sack leader. They've also signed former Bears running back Khalil Bell. Sports at 15 and 45. Brad Heller, WCBS 880 Sports.
Big mess at the Tappan Zee. Details next. WCBS News Time 7:17.
As a small business owner, you've probably heard how Constant Contact helps small businesses grow with email marketing. And you may be asking, could it really work for me? Well, consider this. Every $1 small business owners spend on email marketing puts $40 back in their pockets. So it's no surprise that 2 out of 3 of them plan to invest more in email this year. Now you may be asking, how can I get a piece of that action? Simple. Just visit ConstantContact.com to start your free email marketing trial today.
Liz.
Todd?
I want you back.
You're just saying that because I got a makeover to make me look hot, even though I was hot to begin with.
No. I miss those nights instantly watching TV episodes and movies online with Netflix.
We watched as much as we wanted.
Whenever and wherever we wanted.
So, you love me? Even if I put these glasses back on?
Wow, those are thick.
Instantly watch thousands of TV episodes and movies on all kinds of devices for only $8 a month with Netflix. Start your free trial today. See terms of use.
WCBS News Time 7:18. Expanded traffic and weather together on the 8th. Sponsored by the New York Acura Dealer Association.
Tom Kaminsky, McDonald's, McCafe, Chopper 880. Trouble this morning.
Been big trouble at the Tappan Zee Bridge this morning. The problem was with a construction crane that took a while to be moved out of place at the Tappan Zee Bridge. That was taken care of. The movable barrier then had to be put back into place. So while all of this went on, we had only 2 lanes available getting from Rockland into Westchester. We have almost a full complement of 4 lanes now as that movable barrier was being put into place, and we had huge delays from the Spring Valley Toll Plaza right down to the Tappan Zee. It is beginning to shake loose a little bit, but what we're starting to see now is a lot of alternate volume at the George Washington Bridge, especially on the Palisades Parkway approach, where normally we wouldn't see it. It is back beyond the service station, so it's at least a 20 to 30 minute delay there. The other approaches are at least at 30 minutes, and the express lanes of 8095 heading into the GWB are at about the 45-minute mark. The inbound side of the Lincoln is at 40. The inbound Holland Tunnel with a 20-minute delay. And we take it back up to Connecticut. I-95 southbound side delays at 26, again at 22, and again some delays in through the area of 18 in Westport, and the Merritt Parkway southbound side delays at 42 and 41. I'm Tom Kaminsky, McDonald's, McCafe, Shopper 880. Another update in less than 10 minutes on WCBS.
Start off your morning right at McDonald's. Get 2 sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles for only $3. I'm loving it.
Now the forecast, meteorologist Craig Allen. Craig's calling for sunshine much of the day today, but on the cool side, only 45 to 50, mostly clear and cold tonight, 32 to 38.
Tomorrow, sunny, high 50. Friday, sunny and 50. Saturday, sunny to partly cloudy and 50.
Maybe some rain by late in the day, Sunday or Sunday night, again around 50. 37, we haven't hit 40 yet. 37 degrees now in lower Manhattan with some sunshine.
And coming up, the kind of damage President Obama will encounter when he visits Staten Island tomorrow.
WCBS News Time, 7:20.
Ernie, I know you're our worst player, but I want you to win this thing.
How, Coach? I've been riding the bench watching Netflix on my tablet all season.
By running the play that would never work if this were a real game.
Sorry, all I know is that Netflix lets me instantly watch as many TV episodes and movies as I want.
Listen, son, when you get the ball, just chuck it. It'll go in.
Instantly watch thousands of TV episodes and movies on all kinds of devices for only $8 a month with Netflix. Start your free trial today. See terms of use.
Thank you for calling Discover Card. Listen, your 5% cashback program is to die for. What's the new category? You will love it. Right now, you can get 5% cashback everywhere you shop online through December. Only from Discover. Shut the door. 5% cashback? I shop online all the time. No joke. Everywhere online. Best category ever.
Only Discover gives you 5% cashback everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cashback on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
Getting gifts for the sports fan in your life has never been easier this holiday season thanks to CBS Locals Fan Shop. We've got the jerseys and gear for almost every team in any sport. And if you visit CBS Locals Fan Shop today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10, you'll get an additional 10% off your purchase. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more from CBS Locals Fan Shop.
WCBS News Time 7:21. We're sponsored by St. Francis Hospital, the Heart Center.
President Obama's trip to the city tomorrow includes a scheduled stop in Staten Island. WCBS reporter Peter Haskell has more from New Dorp.
It doesn't matter whether you voted for him or not. Republican City Councilman Jim Otto says Mr. Obama's visit to Staten Island is a big deal.
The president coming here is a recognition of, I think, of just what we've gone through.
New Dorp Beach resident Joseph Ingenito likes the fact the president is coming.
I think that's great, you know. That's a thought. I'd love to have them come down and see what happened to us. Why not?
Others here say it makes them feel like the forgotten borough is not really forgotten.
The president's itinerary does not include a visit to these storm-damaged neighborhoods, only to Miller Park in New Dorp.
One of the lasting images from Sandy was flooding in Little Ferry and Moonachie after a berm breached and the waters of the Hackensack rushed through the streets. WCBS reporter Sean Adams joins us live this morning from Little Ferry, where they've started rebuilding, Sean.
Yes, indeed. Taking things day by day. You hear that assessment often here in Little Ferry and Moonachie.
We're staying, we rebuild. We're not going nowhere. We rebuild. Unfortunately, my one daughter lost a lot of her stuff, you know, and emotionally it was just, you can't explain in words.
Yeah, Roy Sprager has already ripped out the basement. He's waiting to hear from FEMA. 80% of the homes here took on water when a berm gave way. Streets are still littered with piles of wrecked furniture, carpeting, insulation, and sheetrock. Arnaldo Monzon is expecting to hear from his insurance company.
Next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday.
So you're in a bit of a holding pattern.
Right. I had to put in the boiler and the heater in on my own. That was $6,000.
Yeah, they're sifting through debris, salvaging memories, and picking up the pieces. Live in Little Ferry, Sean Adams, WCBS 880 News.
A Long Island business owner has been arrested for filing a false report about his store being burglarized during Hurricane Sandy. Suffolk County Police say the owner of Fly Forever Sneakers in Wheatley Heights claimed more than $60,000 in merchandise was stolen. An investigation found nothing was taken.
37 with sunshine. Only 45 to 50 for the high today.
Business next with Joe Connolly, WCBS News Time 7:24.
42, 43, $2.43.
My girls are trying to break into the lemonade biz. It's rough out there. I told them to use email marketing from Constant Contact. It was the right choice for growing my small business, Go Time Fitness. Email really works because you know people are checking their inbox every day. Here comes the competition.
With email marketing from Constant Contact, you'll have the tools to easily create custom emails that will work for your business. Plans start as low as $15 per month at ConstantContact.com.
Up on the housetop, reindeer paws, out jumps
Nana and Papa with rich Jell-O pudding from Walmart.
down through the chimney.
Which is impressive considering their age.
Ho, 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 who wouldn't?
Eat moist Betty Crocker cookies.
Up on the housetop, click, 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 down through the chimney.
Come your cousins now with Nestle Toll House morsels. Walmart has everything you need for a great Thanksgiving meal. Backed by our ad match guarantee. Our stores will match the price of any local competitor's printed ad for an identical product. Not applicable to Walmart.com. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
WCBS News Time 7:25. A business update sponsored by Cone Resnick.
Joe Connolly's here from the Wall Street Journal.
Well, now the cost of all of this is starting to sink in. Governor Christie just said on WCBS, first thing, we need money from the federal government or property taxes might go up. And the Wall Street Journal says the cost of repairs will overwhelm local government budgets. Long Beach has already raised taxes and now needs millions of dollars to rebuild the boardwalk. Yonkers might have to lay off police and firefighters if it does not get federal money. And I hear people starting to say, my taxes are going up one way or another. Dow futures are up 53 points. Home Depot says more people are starting to make home improvements, and that was before the storm. Governor Christie also said it'll take a long time for some people to decide whether they will rebuild. AMF Bowling filed for bankruptcy. People don't join bowling leagues anywhere in the numbers that they used to. They don't have time. But the leagues provided the lanes with steady, reliable income. Now people go bowling once or twice a year for entertainment, and they want much nicer, more expensive facilities. And Brandon Steiner of Steiner Sports told the WCBS Small Business Breakfast, there are more good ideas than you can say yes to. You have to limit what you can take on. He said just saying yes actually is easiest. Saying no to ideas is harder, but you have to do that a lot.
I'm Joe Connolly for the Wall Street Journal on WCBS News Radio 880.
WCBS News Time 726.
'Tis the season for giving, which means you have to find some awesome gifts for the sports fans in your life. With CBS Local's Fan Shop, not only can you find great team gear, but you can also save money. Visit CBSLocalFanshop.com today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10 to get an additional 10% off. Get tremendous gifts for the sports fan on your shopping list at CBSLocalFanshop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more.
Hey guys, remember when you were 18 with unlimited energy and the stamina to do anything you wanted anytime? Wish you could relive your glory days and have the testosterone drive of your teenage years with the experience and skill you have today? Now you can with ProGene Daily Complex.
This is Dr. Todd Karen from the American Academy of Anti-Aging and Regenerative Medicine. Testosterone levels decrease in men after the age of 20. It's a major cause of the aging process. The effects include lack of energy, decrease in muscle mass, increasing belly fat, and decreased sexual performance, all of which impact self-esteem, confidence, and most importantly, overall quality of life.
Kick your drive back into high gear with ProGene. Call 800-943-2706 today to get a full month absolutely free. No injections, no prescription needed. ProGene is an all-natural herbal supplement that helps men boost testosterone production. Claim your free month supply now by calling 800-943-2706. That's 800-943-2706. Again, 800-943-2706. Shipping and processing charges apply.
WCBS News Time 727.
Some Fire Island homeowners are finally being allowed back in today to assess the damage. Anybody who owns property from Kismet to Ocean Bay Park can ferry in today. They'll need ID, have to stay with fire official escorts, and can't stay overnight. Ocean Beach Mayor James Mallett says LIPA is slowly restoring power on Fire Island.
Business is booming at home supply stores in the wake of Sandy. One worker at a store in Sheepshead Bay, which could double its sales by the end of the month, tells the Post it's a silver lining to the storm that has hurt so many people.
New York State has tentatively chosen a Canadian company as the highest bidder to produce driver's licenses, but court papers say the losing vendors are protesting the award, which would provide only black and white photos and end up costing nearly $38 million more than the current contract.
WCBS News Time 728. A lot of drivers near the tap seeing red this morning. Traffic and weather together on the 8th.
Tom Kaminsky has them covered from McDonald's McCafe Chopper 880.
That's right. Lots of red brake lights still from the Spring Valley tolls down to the Tappan Zee Bridge. We had some earlier trouble there, and we'll have a full update on that coming right up. But a lot of alternate volume at the George Washington Bridge as well. We have about a 45-minute delay from the express lanes of 8095 and about 30 minutes from everything else. The Lincoln at 30 to 40 minutes, and the Holland Tunnel about a 30 to 40-minute delay from the 1-9 approach is very heavy there. A little bit better from the Turnpike, about a 20-minute delay. Just got to look Staten Island Expressway, northbound West Shore Expressway, heavy for about a mile into the Staten Island Expressway, and then we are jammed on the westbound side from 440 over to Bradley Avenue. More delays at Toad Hill Road, right over to the Verrazano Bridge. I'm Tom Kaminsky, McDonald's McCafe Chopper 880, and Bernie Vider has the mass transit update.
LIRR's Long Beach branch operating now every hour during peak periods and every 2 hours during non-peak. And New Jersey Transit resuming limited service on the Montclair-Boonton line. This report sponsored by Valley Forge Military Academy and College. Join Valley Forge Military Academy and College for their open house on November 17th. Visit prideiswhy.com for information or call 800-234-VFMC to register. Here's Craig Allen, WCBS Pinpoint Weather.
Well, for most of us, the sun is shining. There's still some clouds over central and eastern Connecticut, eastern Long Island. We will see sunshine much of the time, most places, 45 to 50. Tonight, mostly clear and cold, 32 to 38. And more sunshine tomorrow with highs again between 45 and 50. 37 now. I'm Craig Allen in the WCBS Weather Center.
WCBS News Time 7:30.
News, traffic, and weather. On air, online. We are News Radio. WCBS 880.
Good morning, Wednesday, November 14th. I'm Michael Wallace.
Good morning. I'm Pat Carroll. Here's the latest from the WCBS newsroom.
LIPA's chief operating officer resigns after a storm of protests over the utilities' response to Sandy. We're live in Seaford.
Heard live on WCBS earlier this hour, Governor Christie says the utilities in New Jersey performed well under the circumstances, but there is room for improvement.
President Obama is likely to address the CIA sex scandal in a news conference this afternoon. We'll carry that live.
More than 2 weeks after Sandy, getting to work is still a major challenge for many. We're live at Penn Station.
Still huge backups at the Tappan Zee Bridge. We're live there with the latest.
In sports, Knicks stay undefeated with a win over Dallas. The Nets beat the Cavs.
WCBS News Time 7:31. We're sponsored by Delta Airlines.
This is a WCBS traffic alert. It has already been a long morning for drivers from Rockland. Let's go up to Chopper 880 and Tom Kaminsky for an update now on the slowdowns at the Tappan Zee Bridge.
And the problem was a construction crane that took quite a while to be removed from the Tappan Zee Bridge, which meant that movable barrier, which gives you the extra lanes going into Westchester, took a little bit longer than normal to get into place. That is the configuration now, though, so we're, in terms of that, back to our normal morning configuration of 4 lanes Westchester bound and 2 lanes Rockland bound, but we are jammed southbound New York State Thruway from the Spring Valley tolls right down to the Tappan Zee Bridge. What we're also seeing now is a lot of alternate volume going southbound on the Palisades Parkway down to the George Washington Bridge, and from that approach, about a 20 to 30 minute delay. Tom Kaminsky, Chopper 880.
WCBS News Time, 7:32.
The Recovery, now continuing coverage from WCBS 880.
Buried under a storm of criticism for its response to Hurricane Sandy, LIPA's chief operating officer has resigned. Let's go live to Seaford and WCBS Long Island Bureau Chief Mike Zirinax.
And, Michael, as you know, the anger at times has been overwhelming from electric customers as well as elected officials in the wake of Hurricane Sandy. And now LIPA Chief Operating Officer Michael Hervey has resigned, and it seems no one is surprised, including Public Works employee Craig Vickers.
I've seen a lot of stuff that LIPA should have been taken care of a long time ago. Their systems are outdated, and he deserved to leave.
Hervey's resignation effective at the end of the year. The executives of both Nassau and Suffolk County, meantime, have issued statements saying LIPA's problems go well beyond the chief operating officer. Homeowners, meantime, they tell me they just want new, competent leadership.
You want somebody that knows what they're doing?
Reporting live in Seaford, Long Island, Mike Zirinax, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time 7:33. Just a half hour ago, Governor Christie was live with us here on WCBS, and we asked him about his opinion of how the utilities in New Jersey performed during the storm. He said they did a good job under the circumstances.
We had 3 million homes that were without power at some point during this crisis in New Jersey. That meant over 7 million people in New Jersey at the height of this had no power. And the utilities restored all those folks within 12 days.
Christie says there's always room for improvement, and he has ordered an investigation into how the utilities prepare for storms and the way they communicate with each other and the public.
Commuting options have slowly been returning to service over the past 2 weeks, though getting to and from work is still a frustrating ordeal for many of us. Let's go live to Penn Station and WCBS reporter Paul Murnane.
And, Michael, generally positive reviews this morning from NJT riders coming in on the Montclair-Booten line, which is back up and running on a limited basis this morning. But by limited, that means for many of the riders, it would be hourly service. Usually they have in excess of a dozen trains running. It looks like 8 of them on the Montclair-Booten line back this morning, and just maybe 4 or 5 of those trains during the morning rush make their way all the way into Penn Station. But people are telling me the train was on time this morning. Ridership seem to be light. What we've been hearing from riders all week here at Penn Station and last week is that as these lines come back on, people are anxious to have their train ride back. They've been riding buses. They've been taking buses to ferries, they tell us. They come back and find that it is limited service indeed. But even with the additional service this morning, NJT tells us they're up to about 37 trains making the trek all the way to Penn Station compared to what usually is the 63 that come in. So they're continuing to push the bus and the ferry option for NJT rail riders. Live at Penn Station, Paul Murnane, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time, 7:35. President Obama will face some tough questions this afternoon when he holds his first post-election news conference. Among the topics he's expected to be asked about, the so-called fiscal cliff and the scandal at the CIA. We will carry the president's news conference live at 1:30 this afternoon.
We're learning more about the thousands of emails exchanged between General John Allen and a woman in Tampa at the heart of the CIA sex scandal. Here's CBS News correspondent Cami McCormick.
We still haven't seen these emails ourselves, but they were described by a Pentagon official yesterday as flirtatious. You have to sort of look into that, your own meaning of the word flirtatious, and we don't know on whose part these emails were flirtatious, whether General John Allen or Jill Kelly, who was trading these emails with him.
One source said the emails were raunchy, describing them as the equivalent of phone sex over email. Former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Richard Myers, spoke about the scandal with Charlie Rose on CBS This Morning just a few minutes ago.
Are you surprised to learn this from a man that you know very well, that this exchange have been described as flirtatious in emails?
It's completely shocking. And yesterday I was with another colleague over at National Defense University who has known General Allen for 15 years. He was a student of his there at National Defense University. And this is shocking to everybody. These allegations are shocking to everybody that knows General Allen. He is a terrific officer. He's also done a really good job in Afghanistan, a very hard place to do good work. He has done very good work.
Defense Secretary Leon Panetta says he's confident in General John Allen's ability to continue to lead in Afghanistan.
WCBS News Time, 7:36. Latest on problems at the tap when we check traffic and weather next.
Email marketing works great for small business, and Constant Contact email marketing works best of all. How do we know? Because we have something the other guys don't have. Proof. According to an independent study, small businesses that use Constant Contact get 36% more of their emails opened and 60% more responses. The result? A whopping 29% more revenue. Put Constant Contact email marketing to work for your small business. Go to ConstantContact.com to sign up for a free trial today.
What do 299 Utica Avenue and 856 Utica Avenue in Brooklyn have in common? They are now both homes to Conrad's Famous Bakeries, announcing the grand opening of Conrad's Famous Bakery at 856 Utica Avenue in Brooklyn between Linden and Church. Now you can experience what Brooklyn has been talking about for over 3 decades at not one, but 2 convenient locations. Share the gift of Conrad's Famous Bakery with your loved ones. Hurry in to get Conrad's Famous Caribbean 9-rum fruitcake. Conrad's Bakery also bakes hot bread every hour from 6 a.m. through 10 p.m. Can't make it to Brooklyn? Order online at conradsbakery.com or call 718-773-8266. Big on variety, big on quality, and big on service. Conrad's Famous Bakery, the biggest little bakeries in the country. 718-773-8266 or online at conradsbakery.com.
Take me to Conrad's Bakery to get fresh bread cakes and pastry.
WCBS News Time, 7:38. Expanded traffic and weather together on the 8, sponsored by New York, New Jersey Subaru dealers.
Tom Kaminsky, McDonald's, McCafe, Chopper 880.
All right, Pat, we go back over to the huge delays that we had in Rockland County, southbound New York State Thruway from Spring Valley Tolls right on down to the Tappan Zee Bridge. The problem that we had with the construction crane is now cleared, so the movable barrier now completely cleared, or in place, I should say. 4 lanes west-bound, 2 lanes Rockland-bound, but a lot of alternate volume. Southbound Palisades, it's heavy for at least a mile in through the area of the Thruway, and then continuing delays southbound, getting down toward the George Washington Bridge. We had at least a 20 to 30 minute delay from that approach. The inbound GWB from the express lanes of 8095 about 45 minutes, about 30 from the other approaches to Lincoln at 30 to 40 minutes there. The Holland Tunnel with about a 45 minute wait from the 19 approach. It is better from the Turnpike, just about a 20 minute delay there. We go to New Jersey on Route 15 southbound Berkshire Valley Road. We had a collision at that spot. 287 southbound at Route 10, that's exit 39 in Hanover, a collision being worked on. And we go to Monmouth County. Now, 71 is shut down for the foreseeable future. However, for the first time in 2 weeks, Route 36 has been reopened in that stretch between Long Branch and Highland. So certainly a little bit of better news there. I'm Tom Kaminsky, McDonald's, McCafe, Chopper 880. Another update in less than 10 minutes on WCBS.
And the forecast, Craig Allen.
Sunshine much of the time, but it stays rather cool, 45 to 50. Tonight, mostly clear and cold, low 32 in the suburbs to about 38 in the city. Mostly sunny tomorrow, but high again, just 45 to 50. Friday, sunny, around 50. I'm Craig Allen in the WCBS Weather Center.
Sunshine in Lower Manhattan, 37 degrees.
Coming up in the Osgood File, the art of watchmaking.
WCBS News Time, 740.
I'm Steve. I'm a Fairway guy. I love pumpkins and I love October. My wife made a risotto last night that was like tasting life itself. She used Fairway chicken broth and Violone Nano rice, the Italian risotto rice that results in the Venetian Alonda textured risotto. Wavy. She served it on a bed of local Satter Farm sauteed baby spinach, olive oil, and garlic. And she added to the risotto tiny cannellini beans, shelled edamame, and pine nuts. Though she said next time she'd use pistachios. Oh man, are we Fairway people glad to see fall here again. Fairway, like no other market. Opening soon in Kips Bay.
During these tough economic times, there is one thing you can count on: your education. Higher education will give you the chance at finding a better job and improve the quality of your life. Further your education and advance your career today. If you're looking to go back to school in the next 3 months and already have your high school diploma, start your search with the National Education Online Center. You'll get free expert advice, school information, and a free financial aid guide. NEOC will help you get matched to your right school today. Call 877-516-0727.
WCBS News Time, 7:41.
The Osgood File, sponsored in part by Kyocera, intelligent printers and MFPs, customized apps, and services that help your entire company be more productive. Find a dealer at KyoceraDocumentSolutions.com. This is Charles Osgood. These days, many people use their cell phones not only for phone calls and taking pictures, but to get the time of day. No surprise there, says our CBS News colleague Serena Altschul.
In this digital era, it's understandable to think the wristwatch's time is up. But you might be surprised to learn that the art of watchmaking is alive and well.
As you'll hear after this. There's an old saying, expect the unexpected. Wise words, like suddenly remembering you left your garage door open when you're halfway to work. With a LiftMaster garage door opener with MyQ technology, you can use your smartphone or computer to control your garage door from anywhere, anytime. And LiftMaster garage door openers with battery backup keep your garage door working even if the power isn't. So be prepared for the unexpected. Learn more and find a dealer near you at liftmaster.com.
So, Dr. Marisi, as an economist, you're saying business leaders don't understand the true cost of documents?
They just don't get it. Unmanaged printers and MFPs, dysfunctional document workflow, it's profit-killing chaos.
So what's the answer?
Kyocera.
Dr. Marisi.
So go from chaos to Kyocera.
Hey, that's my line. Doctor.
Learn more about Kyocera technology like the 50-page per minute Task Alpha 5550 CI Color MFP at KyoceraDocumentSolutions.com/US.
Once again on the subject of wristwatches, Serena Altschul.
Swiss watches are often considered the gold standard, a cut above their American counterparts, though it used to be the other way around, according to watchmaker and historian René Rondeau.
Ironically, in the 19th century, they were somewhat well known for making counterfeit American watches.
Roland Murphy makes genuine American watches the old-fashioned way.
Using engraving machines that are 100 years old. Back then, it was considered feminine to wear a wristwatch. Men carried pocket watches.
It took World War I to end that.
Every man needs to have some kind of timekeeping device. And it's impractical if you've got a pack and a rifle and you're loading to pull out a pocket watch to see if it's time to go over the trench.
My grandfather was a railroad conductor. I still have his pocket watch and chain. He used to have to pull it from his pocket to see what time it was. Just like you have to do with a cell phone. It was before its time. The old-fashioned wristwatch is still where it's at, says Roland Murphy.
A watch is one of the few really personal items that you can wear all day long. And for some people, having something of quality that they can enjoy, have that little mechanical machine on their arm, it's something people want.
The Osgood File. Charles Osgood on the CBS Radio Network.
WCBS News Time, 7:44. We'll check sports next. How about them Knicks?
Getting gifts for the sports fan in your life has never been easier this holiday season thanks to CBS Locals Fan Shop. We've got the jerseys and gear for almost every team in any sport. And if you visit CBS Locals Fan Shop today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10, you'll get an additional 10% off your purchase. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more from CBS Locals Fan Shop.
Do you suffer from pain like joint pain, muscle pain, back pain, or painful arthritis? Then you must listen to this important message. Nearly half of all Americans suffer from some kind of pain due to chronic inflammation. Anettablock is a breakthrough supplement scientifically proven to quickly and effectively reduce inflammation and get rid of pain. Anettablock is so effective in preventing excessive inflammation and reducing the pain, we guarantee you'll feel a significant difference in just a few days. Best of all, Anettablock is now available to try for free. That's right. Call 800-591-5693 now and get out of pain absolutely free. Anettablock is now looking for real-life testimonials for anyone who has back pain, muscle pain, or painful arthritis. Call 800-591-5693 to get your free supply and get out of pain today. Just call 800-591-5693 for details. Call today, 800-591-5693. That's 800-591-5693. Again, 800-591-5693.
Sunny and 37 in lower Manhattan. 50 for the high today with a lot of sun. 5-day forecast in 3 minutes.
At 880 on your AM dial and live on your computer and smartphone at cbsnewyork.com. When you need to know, we've got you covered.
Good morning. I'm Pat Carroll.
And I'm Michael Wallace.
Coming up on WCBS.
The one story Governor Christie tells us will always stay with him from Hurricane Sandy.
S&P futures up 5 now. Joe Connolly with all the business news in 10 minutes.
Time for sports. Here's Brad Heller.
Well, Michael, 5 games, 5 wins, all by double digits. The Knicks off to their best start in 19 years. A 99-89 win over the Magic in Orlando. Carmelo Anthony, 25 points, 21 for Raymond Felton, also 21 for J.R. Smith.
I mean, for me, individual, I had to come out there and be aggressive. I was passing up a lot of shots, trying to get our big guys open and get Sheet a lot of open looks. He wasn't hitting tonight, and our coach just told me to be aggressive, attack, take that shot when they give me that off the pick and roll, so just be more aggressive.
Meanwhile, the Nets were aggressive in Brooklyn. 35 points in the second quarter. They routed the Cavaliers 114-101, their third straight win. Darren Williams, 26 points and 10 assists. Baseball, the Marlins shipping their expensive star players to the Blue Jays. Jose Reyes, Mark Burley, Josh Johnson in exchange for shortstop Yunel Escobar and a bunch of prospects. The managers of the year, the Nationals' Davey Johnson, and the A's' Bob Melvin. Some anonymous Jets players telling the Daily News that Tim Tebow is, quote, terrible, and, quote, we don't look at him as the quarterback. He's the wildcat guy. Gang Green has dropped 3 in a row. The Jets cutting linebacker Aaron Mabin one season after he led the team with 6 sacks. The Jets signed former Bears running back Khalil Bell. College basketball, St. John's beat Detroit 77-74. UConn over Vermont 67-49. Columbia and Fairfield were both winners. Princeton and Fordham both lost. The big game of the top 25, number 9 Duke over number 3 Kentucky 75-68. Sports at 15 and 45. Brad Heller, WCBS 880 Sports.
Back up to the chopper in a minute. WCBS News Time 747.
WCBS News Time, 7:48. Traffic and weather together on the 8th.
Tom Kaminsky, McDonald's, McCafe, Chopper 880.
All right, Pat, we go over here to the Garden State Parkway. Delays northbound side up through 135, again up through 138 and 140, and we are going to be tracking the Parkway all the way up to the New York State Thruway, where we still had some very big delays. Southbound Thruway in Rockland from at least the Garden State Parkway down to the Tappan Zee Bridge. We had the earlier problems with a construction crane. It took quite a while to remove that from the bridge. It is now 4 lanes Westchester bound, 2 lanes Rockland bound, but still a lot of volume, alternate volume on the Palisades, heavy linking up with the Thruway, and then farther south linking up with the George Washington Bridge. So at least a 20 to 30 minute delay there. The inbound other approaches at the GWB 30 to 45 minutes. So Lincoln at 45 and the Holland Tunnel with about a 45-minute delay from 19, but it will be better from the New Jersey Turnpike approach. We take it back over to delays in New Jersey on the inner lanes of the New Jersey Turnpike, northbound around interchange 12. In Carteret, we had a crash being worked on there. 287 southbound around exit 10 or exit 39. That's Route 10 in Hanover. A collision there. I'm Tom Kaminsky, McDonald's, McCafe, Chopper 880. Another update in less than 10 minutes on WCBS.
Start off your morning right at McDonald's. Get 2 sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles for only $3. I'm loving it.
Now the forecast, 5 days ahead. Meteorologist Craig Allen.
Pretty quiet, but rather cool for the next couple of days. 45 to 50 with a good amount of sunshine today. Out east, eastern Long Island, eastern Connecticut, you still have some cloudiness left over. Tonight, mostly clear, 32 to 38. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, 45 to 50. Friday, sunny and around 50 degrees. Saturday, sunny to partly cloudy, near 50. The first change coming up in this 5-day is late Sunday or Sunday night. Actually, Sunday will be cloudy, but by Sunday night there could be some rain and a high around 50 degrees. City temperature now, rather cool, 37, humidity 61%, north wind 8 to 16 miles per hour. I'm Craig Allen in the WCBS Weather Center.
WCBS News Time, 7:51.
Everyone has their Hurricane Sandy stories of devastation, loss, courage, hope. Earlier this hour, New Jersey Governor Chris Christie shared with us the one story that has stuck with him from the storm.
I've met so many people that have touched me, but the one that's touched me the most is in Middletown, New Jersey, down in Monmouth County, a 9-year-old girl named Ginger who came up to me to say hello and thanked me for being strong for everyone, and then started to cry and told me, I lost my house. My mom and dad cry all the time. I'm scared. And I won't ever forget that little girl's face. And I just knelt down and gave her a hug and said, don't worry. You shouldn't worry about those things. The adults are in charge and we'll take care of you, and you have nothing to be afraid of. But I won't forget Ginger. She was a special little girl. And for me, at least as a father of 4, watching a 9-year-old little girl cry was probably one of the most difficult things I saw over the last 2 weeks.
More of our interview with Governor Christie, including what he thinks about the pace of restoration of rail service, coming up at 8:20.
County parks in Westchester suffered up to $30 million in damage from Hurricane Sandy. That figure includes $12 million in damage to Rye Playland, which completely lost its boardwalk.
If you were planning on renting a car to drive home for Thanksgiving, you may have to come up with a plan B. Many rental car companies have run out of cars locally. They've all been rented by Sandy victims whose cars were flooded. Enterprise tells the Post it is relocating 27,000 cars to the tri-state to meet the demand. An Enterprise agent in Hoboken says he has a waiting list of 300 people for Thanksgiving weekend.
You want to win an iPad? Remember, we are giving one away every weekday on WCBS 880.
Just be listening a half hour from now, 8:20, and that's when we'll play the news clip of the day.
We'll tell you when we'll replay the news clip, and that's when you need to be the 88th caller to 877-987-WCBS and win.
WCBS News Time, 7:53.
Mike Rowe here at a Ford dealer with a little Q&A for Fiona. According to the signs, Ford is having some sort of big tire event. How would you describe the event?
It's big.
The savings one might enjoy at the event.
They're big.
What about the selection?
Big.
Get a $60 mail-in rebate on 4 select tires. Use the Ford Service credit card for an extra $60.
So I think we can agree then that Ford's tire event is good-sized.
No, Michael. It's big.
Subject to credit approval. Rebate by check. Offer cannot be combined. See participating Ford dealer for rebate and other offer details through 11/30/12.
Staples Copy and Print knows you need to promote your business.
Outdoor banners.
Detailing your one-of-a-kind product offering.
Trifold, full-color, double-sided brochures.
As you grow your business.
Business cards, postcards, car magnets.
And your customer base.
Design services, presentations, shipping.
So you go to the one place that has it all and prints it right.
Staples.
And right now, get 50% off photo cards and invitations. No coupon needed. Limited time only. Details in-store and at staples.com. Staples. That was easy.
Joe Connolly with Business Next.
42, 43, $2.43.
My girls are trying to break into the lemonade biz. It's rough out there. I told them to use email marketing from Constant Contact. It was the right choice for growing my small business, Go Time Fitness. Email really works because you know people are checking their inbox every day. Here comes the competition. With email marketing from Constant Contact, you'll have the tools to easily create custom emails that will work for your business. Plans start as low as $15 per month at ConstantContact.com.
Getting gifts for the sports fan in your life has never been easier this holiday season thanks to CBS Locals Fan Shop. We've got the jerseys and gear for almost every team in any sport. And if you visit CBS Locals Fan Shop today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10, you'll get an additional 10% off your purchase. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more from CBS Locals Fan Shop.
If you're the mother of a child with behavior problems, I'd like to talk to you. My name is Janet Lehman. I'm a behavioral therapist and a mom. I know what it's like when the child you love becomes a defiant, out-of-control child who disrespects you. That's why my husband James and I created the Total Transformation, the program that tens of thousands of moms are now using to turn around their child's behavior. If you've heard about the Total Transformation and wondered if it will work for you, now you can try it for free. I'm willing to give away 1,000 programs today for free. All you need to do is get the program and let us know how it works for you. We'll let you keep it for free. I know the Total Transformation works because I used these techniques with my own son and with troubled kids for over 30 years. Let me prove to you that it works by giving you the program for free.
Call now, 800-324-3211. 800-324-3211. That's 800-324-3211.
WCBS Business News at 7:55, sponsored by Computer Network Solutions.
From the Wall Street Journal, Joe Connolly.
The only time that nobody had an answer to something at the WCBS Business Breakfast yesterday was when it was asked, how are we going to pay for all the improvements in the 100-year-old infrastructure? There was momentary silence. For instance, Governor Christie also said on WCBS that one reason the commute from New Jersey has been so bad is because Amtrak still hasn't replaced electrical systems from before World War II. Con Edison says they will look at ideas to move equipment to make it less subject to flooding. And Christine Quinn says it is time to formally talk about building a seawall.
She says it would cost $16 billion. Dow futures are up 45 points. Home Depot says more people are starting to do remodeling projects, though some of the big technology companies say their growth has slowed now from what it had been, though I don't hear that from the smaller technology firms. When a small business owner yesterday said, "I want really good marketing at really low cost," Brandon Steiner said, "You can't have it both ways." Though Mitch Modell said you can try hiring a college student to run your website. He'll do better than you will or she will. One trend at the Small Business Breakfast was men starting their own business because their wife has a good job with benefits. The overall mood was one of just tired relief that the lights are back and business can resume. And thank you to everybody who attended the great business program yesterday. I'm Joe Connolly for the Wall Street Journal on WCBS News Radio 880.
WCBS News Time 7:57.
Do you have student loans and are worried about making your payments? Stop worrying. Now Direct Student Aid can help if you are behind, if you are late, or even if you are in default on your student loans. We can help cut your payments fast. We provide student loan relief, getting you relief from your student loans right away. We will stop any harassing phone calls, stop any wage garnishments, and even remove any tax liens. No matter how much you owe or how far behind you are with payments, call our established Direct Student Aid toll-free assistance line right now. We can fix your student loan problems guaranteed. That's right. We guarantee we will get your student loan out of default and cut your payments right away. We have helped thousands of people just like you fix their student loans. Best of all, it's 100% guaranteed. Don't go another day with your loans behind or in default. Our specialists are waiting for your call. Call 800-395-5576. That's 800-395-5576. Again, call 800-395-5576. That's 800-395-5576.
WCBS News Time, 7:58.
Traffic and weather together on the 8th. Tom Kaminsky, McDonald's, McCafe, Chopper 880.
All right, we go back to the Lincoln Tunnel inbound side, about a 45-minute wait. The GWB, about 45 from the express lanes, 80-95, a half hour from the others. That includes the Palisades Parkway. A lot of alternate volume there on the Palisades approach away from the Tappan Zee Bridge. We still had big delays southbound thruway from at least the Garden State Parkway over to the Tappan Zee because of earlier trouble spots there. And we also still have delays on the West Shore Expressway getting to the Staten Island Expressway. Westbound Staten Island Expressway, 440 over to Toad Hill Road, right over to the Verrazano Bridge. I'm Tom Kaminsky, Chopper 880.
Account Temps, the world's leader in specializing financial staffing, with 24 locations in the New York City area to serve you.
They provide flexible staffing solutions to businesses of all sizes. A Robert Half company.
Here's Craig Allen.
Sunny days, clear nights, but temperatures running below normal. Today's high between 45 and 50. Tonight, 32 in the suburbs to about 38 in the city. And tomorrow, just like today, 45 to 50. We should be up near 50 degrees with sunshine expected on Friday. Right now, it's 37 degrees.
News, traffic, and weather. On air, online. We are News Radio, WCBS New York.
Good morning, Wednesday, November 14th. I'm Pat Carroll.
And I'm Michael Wallace. The World News Roundup is next, sponsored by Prestige BMW. Then these top stories.
The head of LIPA resigns amid an onslaught of anger.
Enough is enough, right?
I'm Mike Zaranax in Seaford, Long Island.
Governor Christie tells WCBS he's satisfied with NJ Transit's response to the storm, considering the amount of damage.
Amtrak still has not turned on full power to get through the Hudson River tunnels.
Mopping up, gutting, and waiting to hear from FEMA.
We're, making ends meet, taking day by day.
I'm Sean Adams in Little Ferry.
The day before visiting Staten Island, President Obama holds his first post-election news conference this afternoon. We'll carry it live.
Knicks and Nets win. WCBS News Time, 8 o'clock.
Afghanistan general in widening scandal.
The emails could cost Allen his career.
President Obama meets business leaders.
Rallying support for upcoming negotiations with Congress.
Lawmakers want answers in meningitis outbreak.
There's a debacle here. Somebody's culpable. Tell me what happened.
Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan with the CBS World News Roundup as questions swirl around ex-CIA Director David Petraeus and Afghanistan General John Allen. Defense Secretary Panetta warns against a rush to judgment.
No one should leap to any conclusions here. General Allen is doing an excellent job.
at ISAF in leading those forces. He certainly has my continued confidence to lead our forces and to continue the fight.
General Allen was caught up in the email trail that uncovered the Petraeus extramarital affair. CBS's Bob Orr says Allen not only got emails from Tampa socialite Jill Kelly, but also Paula Broadwell, the ex-CIA chief's mistress.
Sources say in her email to Allen, Broadwell warned that Kelly was a seductress. Broadwell sent similar warnings to other military officers at the U.S. Central Command, located near Kelly's Tampa home. As for those emails between Allen and Kelly, Pentagon and FBI officials described them as potentially inappropriate and flirtatious. Another senior official, though, says they were more than just innocent exchanges, noting the Pentagon's Inspector General is involved for a reason.
Kelly had enough influence to get Allen and Petraeus to write letters supporting her sister in a custody case, and she may have tried to demonstrate her pull in calls to police in recent days about members of the media on her property.
I'm an honorary consul general, so I have inviolability, so they should not be able to cross my property. I don't know if you want to get diplomatic protection involved as well.
There are still potential national security issues at stake in the investigation. The Washington Post says the FBI did find classified files when it searched Broadwell's home on Monday night. President Obama is likely to make his first public comments on all this today, but before that, he'll meet with business leaders as he readies for a showdown with congressional Republicans over the approaching fiscal cliff. We're live at the White House with CBS's Peter Mayer.
Well, those comments will come at the president's news conference, but he'll also be lobbying top corporate chiefs to back his plan, including higher taxes on the wealthy. On a conference call with supporters last night, he described the political outlook on that effort.
We're going to have some triumphs and some successes, but there are going to be some tough days. Starting with some of these negotiations around the fiscal cliff.
Mr. Obama will open his first post-election news conference with a call for compromise on fiscal challenges, but Steve, he'll also restate opposition to tax cuts for people making more than $250,000 a year.
Well, on Capitol Hill, health officials and the president of the pharmacy at the center of the deadly meningitis outbreak go before a subcommittee today chaired by Florida Republican Cliff Stearns.
I think the FDA has a lot to explain here because at this point, all of us are just aghast at these number of people that have died as well as the huge number of people that have ended up in hospitals.
Stearns may not learn much from Barry Cadden, president of the New England Compounding Center. It's expected he'll take the fifth. Now to Jackson, Mississippi, where a single-engine plane carrying 3 pilots to an FAA safety conference 30 miles away crashed into a house. Felicia Polk says members of her family were able to get out alive, but the home was destroyed.
My sister was in the shower, and my brother grabbed my nephew and told my sister to just come on, and she left everything in the house.
They were not seriously hurt. The 3 pilots were killed. Under fire for power outages that linger more than 2 weeks after Superstorm Sandy, the chief operating officer of Long Island's major utility has turned in his resignation. CBS's Heather Bosch has more on the struggle by some people in the storm zone to deal with their losses and bounce back.
A community pounded with mud and water and at times despair.
This is terrible. I never see something like this, never.
You don't see Red Cross here, do you?
So Eddie, a retired cop, stands in front of a church where locals can find volunteers and donations from smaller charities. Down the street, there's a tent with food and warmth.
So I'm totally flooded out, so I have no heat.
Marianne Menudo took a short break from cleaning up her home.
And it's going to be a long time, a long haul.
What gives you the strength to do it, though?
What does? I lost no family members. Everything else could be replaced.
And in this community,
it's help each other.
Heather Bosch, CBS News, Bell Harbor, New York.
It's 4 minutes after the hour.
No one chooses to have depression, but every day people choose to do something about it. And for many, it means taking an antidepressant. But for some, it may not always be enough. Low mood, loss of interest, these are just a few of the common symptoms that can continue to stay with you, even while you're treating depression. If you're feeling better on your antidepressant, but are still not quite where you want to be, the Depression Outreach Study may be an option. It's evaluating an investigational drug that's intended to be taken with your current antidepressant to see if it helps to lessen any ongoing symptoms of depression. All eligible study participants will receive investigational study drugs, coverage for their current prescription antidepressant, and study-related care at no cost. To learn more, call 866-581-6560. That's 866-581-6560. Or visit DepressionOutreachStudy.com. Learn more today, because you shouldn't have to handle depression alone.
It's been a day of anguish in Iraq A series of bombings targeting civilians and security forces has left 17 dead and dozens of people wounded. There are protests all over Europe today about the deep budget cutting designed to head off economic disaster. CBS's Vicky Barker joins us live from London.
Spanish police firing tear gas last night, not against protesters. They were the protesters. Strikes called in Spain, Greece, Portugal, and Italy. Protests in 19 other countries. Workers urging their governments to abandon austerity measures. Union leader Bernadette Siegel.
It's now getting unbearable, and it's high time to change the policies.
But many workers are heeding their government's pleas not to further disrupt economies already on the brink. Steve?
A new study looks at exposure to chemicals and pregnancy. Here's CBS's Barry Bagnato.
Persistent organochlorine pollutants. They include PCBs and a broad array of other industrial chemicals used in products that are all around us. And now scientists at the National Institutes of Health report that high levels of them can make it harder for couples to achieve pregnancy. It's not just women who should be concerned, researcher Jermaine Buck-Lewis says.
There were many more chemicals that were associated with a longer time to pregnancy when the chemicals were measured in the males.
Overall, in this study, in environmental health perspectives, increased exposure reduced pregnancy odds 20%, about the same as smoking.
A very simple thing folks can do is be sure to trim fat off of meat products or fish.
Fat consumption is a major source of exposure. Barry Bagnato, CBS News, Washington.
Canadian and French astronomers have found what's being called a homeless planet. It's the first observed planet that doesn't orbit a star, 100 light years from Earth. When the week began, scandal was brewing on TV's Sesame Street.
Oh, hi! Welcome to Elmo's World!
Kevin Clash, the puppeteer behind Elmo, took a leave of absence amid allegations that he had an inappropriate relationship with a 16-year-old boy. Now, the man, who's 23, has recanted and says they had a consensual relationship as adults. It's not known when Clash will return to Sesame Street. Wall Street will be watching Facebook shares. The largest block of early investors can sell their stock today. So can most Facebook employees. It's lost half its value since it opened at $38 a share. And before the bell, S&P futures are up about 3 points. Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
Time for expanded traffic and weather together on the 8, sponsored by iToro Appliances. Tom Kaminsky, McDonald's McCafe, Chopper 880.
All right, Pat, let's go back up to Rockland County on the southbound New York State Thruway. Still lots of volume from at least the Garden State Parkway down at the Tappan Bridge. We had an early morning problem with a construction crane, which delayed the moving of that movable barrier to give you the additional lane into Westchester County. Everything is in place, but still some very heavy volume there. We will be right over that spot for the next report, and we'll update you on the delays for the next report. Now, I just got a look here at delays in Bergen County on the southbound side of Route 17 from about the area of Paramus Park on down to Farview Avenue. It is just all volume there. The Garden State Parkway is very heavy. Northbound from 135 up through 140, and then from the Union Tolls up through 145, and southbound from about 153 on down to 145. Exiting volume there onto Route 280. Just prior to the split for eastbound and westbound Route 280, we had a van collision. That van is in the process of being cleared, being put on a flatbed tow truck, so it should be reopened shortly. Lots of volume Route 3 eastbound from Route 46 into the Route 21 construction, and then slow again as you get toward the area of Route 120. We go to Connecticut. I-95 delays at 27, again at 21, again at 14 in Norwalk, and again 7 on down through 5. The Merritt's on the brakes at 37 in New Canaan. Out to Long Island, delays Southern State westbound 109 in through Wandsworth Avenue, again in through Grand Avenue. LIE on the brakes at 111, again at Bagatelle Road, and again Glen Cove Road on in through Searingtown Road. Now, alternate side parking rules are back in effect today in most spots, except in those areas in Brooklyn and Queens most severely affected and still recovering from storm damage, specifically Brighton Beach, Coney Island, Seagate, Gravesend, Sheepshead Bay, Manhattan Beach, Gerritsen Beach, Broad Channel, Breezy Point, and the Rockaways. The alternate side rules there are suspended until further notice. I'm Tom Kaminsky, McDonald's McCafe, Chopper 880. Another update in less than 10 minutes on WCBS.
Craig Allen in the WCBS Weather Center with a nice sunny day today.
It is nice and sunny for most of the area. Out east, the farther east you go, there's still some lingering cloudiness, but it should break a bit. Highs 45 to 50 today, mostly clear and cold tonight. 32 in the suburbs to about 38 in the city. Tomorrow, more sunshine, 45 to 50. Friday, sunny and around 50 degrees. It's in the mid-30s to around 40 now, 38 in the city. Humidity 62% and a north wind 7 to 17 miles per hour. There is a little bit of a wind chill. Makes it feel like it's closer to freezing. I'm Craig Allen in the WCBS Weather Center.
Coming up on the WCBS Morning News, a LIPA boss resigns in the aftermath of Sandy.
WCBS News Time 8:10.
I'm Dan Kelly, owner of Go Time Fitness. I'm always trying to stay top of mind with my customers, and Constant Contact has the tools to help me do that. They make it so easy. So when my daughters started a business of their own, Constant Contact was the best advice I could give them.
Dad, we're 9. It's a lemonade stand.
Never too early to start.
From deals to events, social to email, Constant Contact can help you grow your business. Find the solution that's right for you at ConstantContact.com.
Live from the CBS Hudson Square Broadcast Center in Manhattan, we are News Radio. WCBS HD and WCBS FM HD3, New York.
Still chilly, 38 and sunny in Lower Manhattan, Wednesday the 14th of November. WCBS News Time, 8:12.
The Recovery, now continuing coverage from WCBS 880.
LIPA Chief Michael Hervey is calling it quits. He'll resign at the end of the year after the storm of post-Sandy criticism. WCBS Long Island Bureau Chief Mike Zirinax has the latest.
LIPA Chief Executive Officer Michael Hervey's resignation comes as no surprise to frustrated Long Island homeowners and businessmen like Jack from Seaford.
This guy should have done it because, they're so outdated and so behind schedule. Come on, I'm a little company, and I'm more updated than they are.
Hervey's resignation is effective at the end of the year. It comes amid an outpouring of anger from customers and elected officials over problems getting power restored after Hurricane Sandy. Homeowners, meantime, are hoping new leadership will help fix LIPA's problems.
We keep repeating the same mistakes as always.
In Seaford, Long Island, Mike Zirinax, WCBS 880 News.
The pictures don't do justice to what Staten Islanders are going through in the aftermath of Sandy. WCBS reporter Peter Haskell says President Obama will be able to see firsthand the kind of damage the borough endured when he visits the city tomorrow.
The president's visit here to Staten Island could provide an emotional lift. That's the feeling of Republican City Councilman Jim Otto.
I wanted to hear from Staten Islanders and then look Staten Islanders in the eye and say we're going to be with you for the long haul.
And New Dorp Beach resident Lorraine Griffin seems to back that up.
That makes everybody feel important.
Others say they want Mr. Obama to see firsthand exactly what they're going through.
President Obama will face some tough questions this afternoon when he holds his first post-election news conference. Among the topics he's expected to be asked about, the so-called fiscal cliff and the scandal at the CIA. We will carry the president's news conference live on WCBS at 1:30.
WCBS News Time 8:14.
Inhabitants of Earth, you can run, but you cannot. What are you doing?
I'm watching Netflix on my smartphone, dude.
What?
I can instantly watch as many TV episodes and movies as I want.
You don't fear for your life?
Yeah, not really. Our atmosphere is eventually going to kill you anyway.
Nonsense. Our anatomy is...
There you go. Faster than I thought.
Instantly watch thousands of TV episodes and movies on all kinds of devices for only $8 a month with Netflix. Start your free trial today. See terms of use.
'Tis the season for giving, which means you have to find some awesome gifts for the sports fans in your life. With CBS Local's Fan Shop, not only can you find great team gear, but you can also save money. Visit CBSLocalFanshop.com today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10 to get an additional 10% off. Get tremendous gifts for the sports fan on your shopping list at CBSLocalFanshop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more.
Start your morning off right at McDonald's. Get 2 savory sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles for only $3.
Limited time offer. Many locations open 24 hours.
Nice and sunny, but still cool. 38, the high 45 to 50.
At 880 on your AM dial and live on your computer and smartphone at cbsnewyork.com. When you need to know, we've got you covered.
Good morning, I'm Michael Wallace.
Good morning, I'm Pat Carroll.
Coming up on WCBS News Radio.
What Governor Christie thinks about the time it's taking to get rail service back to normal.
S&P futures up about 6. Business with Joe in 10 minutes.
WCBS Sports at 8:15, sponsored by the Greater New York Toyota dealers. Brad Heller.
Well, Pat, first time this season, the Knicks tested in the fourth quarter, and they responded. A 20-9 run to end the game. They beat the Magic in Orlando 99-89. The record now 5-0. best start in 19 years. So, Carmelo Anthony, what was the difference?
Defense, we buckled down. We kind of slowed them down, kept them off the glass, rebounding. Once we got a chance to rebound the basketball, get out, make some shots, stop them on defense. We didn't turn back from there.
J.R. Smith, Raymond Felton each added 21 points. Meanwhile, Brooklyn's backcourt of Darren Williams and Joe Johnson combined for 51 points. The Nets routed the Cavaliers at Barclays Center 114-101. That's 3 straight wins. The Nets record now at 4-2. The Miami Marlins apparently think that they're playing fantasy baseball. A blockbuster trade with the Blue Jays, Jose Reyes, Mark Burley, Josh Johnson, among those headed to Toronto in exchange for shortstop Yunel Escobar and a bunch of prospects. The managers of the year, the Nationals' Davey Johnson. In the NL, Bob Melvin of the A's beating out Buck Showalter in the AL. Fox Sports reporting the Mets have offered David Wright a contract extension, and his agents have responded with a counteroffer. College basketball, St. John's winning its season opener over Detroit 77-74. UConn beat Vermont 67-49. Fordham lost to Robert Morris. Columbia over Haverford. Princeton and Fairfield both lost. The big game in the top 25 down at Atlanta. 9th-ranked Duke over number 3 Kentucky 75-68. The Jets have released linebacker Aaron Maben. He led the team in sacks last season. They've also signed former Bears running back Khalil Bell. Sports sponsored by Constant Contact. Do you ever feel like you've hit a roadblock when marketing your small business? Constant Contact helps you to cross that barrier with easy-to-use tools that grow your business. From email to events, local deals to social media promotions. Learn which product is right for you. ConstantContact.com. Sports at 15 and 45. Brad Heller.